It's the final day of this edition, the 24th edition of the Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. And we still have titles to be decided across two different race categories. Of course, the two-wheelers with the Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, and also don't forget the Tyre Formula LGB4. Those are two categories where we still have a close battle on, albeit tilted in some bikers or drivers' favor, but the champion still to be decided. But of course, to talk more about what to expect on this final day, I have here with me team principals of teams who've been running across the Tyre Novice Cup and the Tyre Formula LGB4 category. I have Diljit TS. Of course, there's a double-edged weapon here, because not only is he a team principal for DTS Racing, but also he's racing and competing in the Formula LGB4 in the hunt for the title, the driver's title. Of course, we have Rashid Khan and, of course, Sarosh Hataria, seasoned pros in their own right. And, of course, they've got reason to rejoice and smile given how their teams have performed. Let's have a quick chat with all of them. Sarosh, I'll start with you first, because we've seen you back a lot of youngsters over the seasons. You had an all-girls team earlier with Ahura Racing. This time around, backing another youngster like Amir Saeed, who's done the team proud. Just talk us through the mindset.
I mean, it's been a great season with Amir, coming from where he has in the Novice Cup, 12 out of 12 wins, and last season. To get him into this category where you've got multiple national champions across the top 10, to get him here and to start winning races in his maiden year in this series, it's been a great outing for him. And to have a driver like him in our driver lineup has been good. We're hoping we had pole yesterday, and we're hoping we'll have a good race going in to the races today. We've got two races. We just want some good results. The end result is what it's going to be. All the drivers are up there and within about 5 points from each other. So it's going to be a good, tough race. May the best man win.
Thanks so much, Sarosh. Just a quick chat with Rashid. Your takeaways for the season for Momentum Motorsport.
My drivers are more like academy drivers. They are developing from the first round to this round. They are improved a lot. From when they came, like a rookie driver, novice, like they debuted this year. This year, now they are a P3, P5. They're very happy for the performance right now. We're expecting more from this round. Today and tomorrow, there's one race. Let's hope for the best.
Well, good to see you and hear your thoughts on that, Rashid. Very quickly, Diljit, a double question for you. You ran the cars here in the Tyre Novice Cup, and your own performance in the Formula LGB4.
LGB, it's like, as you know, it's the most competitive category in the country, and I'm fighting for the championship and really looking forward for it. And I have two races today, and according to the Novice Cup, there's only one driver right now on the grid, which is he's starting on 10th, and the next race he's starting on 3rd. So let's see what the result's going to be.
Well, good to see you don both hats with aplomb and go well in your race as well. All the best. Well, we're just moments away from the first race of the final day of the Tyre National.
Final day of round 4 of the 24th Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. That's how the drivers are lining up for this race. As Raman said, Jaden Parriott starting at P1. Then you got Ruan Alva, who sealed the championship starting at P2. Aman Nagdev would have been at P3. Had a little incident during the warm-up, and he's not there at the moment. We'll have to wait and see if he's there at the start of the race, though. Naim Rizvi will be at P4. Aditya Parsuram at P5. Chetan Siruneni at P6. Then you've got Advait Jampa and Adit Parashar locking up row 4. Dylan Zacharia and Vineet Kumar, row 5. Gaurav Kochar at P11 and Dhruv Goswami at P12. Followed by Kamal Karan at P13. Then you got Prarthana Murgavale at P14. Shive Selvaratnam at P15. David Rehan Ravin at P16. Akash Nandagavli at P17. And Harshit Nisar at P18. Start alongside Akshit Kumaran at P19 and Prabhanj Parachari starting at the back of the grid at P20. The championship has been decided, but there's still a lot to fight for as far as the second and third place in the Drivers' Championship is concerned. There are a couple of drivers tied at 39 points each for the third spot, third and fourth. So that will make it even more interesting. Ruan Alva has been crowned the champion with the win yesterday. We will bring you all those highlights as well as we go along during the day. He starts at P2, Ruhan Alva. It's a big chance for Jaden Parriott to go on and start at P1 and get to the checkered flag first. Couple of times him and Ruhan Alva have had that go till the very end, and he's come off worse in those two occasions, with Ruhan taking the checkered flag. We'll have 10 laps in this race. Aman Nagdev, as I said earlier, he is not present there. As you can see, the third spot is empty, and so is Dylan Zassarin. He's also not present on the grid. Off they go for the formation lap. And there they go. It's a very, very good start for all the three M Sport, including Naeem Rizvi, Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parriott. It'll be interesting to see where Jaden has. It's not a great start for him, to be honest, with Ruhan Alva taking the lead away as early as the second corner.
And I think we had a clash of cars there as we came out of that corner. One of the momentum cars taking a little bump on the way through, coming out of probably C5.
And there seems to be a problem with Ruhan Alva's car as well. His front right tyre has but it's been hit, and it is, I think, probably be the end of the race for him when he comes around through that final corner. That means that Jaden Parriott now is leading the race at the moment. Very important race for Chetan Suraneni as well, because he's in the fight for that third spot in the Drivers' Championship.
Absolutely. The first lap itself of this race causing havoc for a couple of drivers. We talked about Ruhan Alva. Yes, you'll see his car come around in just a bit. It's dropped off the pack. It's peeled behind of the pack. But for the moment, it is the young Jaden Parriott who started off on pole position. He's the race leader at the end of lap 1. Reminding everybody, of course, there are 2 races left, as you were saying earlier, Kartik, in this category, including this one. But the championship already sewn up.
There's still a lot to drive for these young.
Aditya Parsuram and Naeem Rizvi. Naeem Rizvi had in fact finished second. Aditya Parsuram had been pushed down to third. So I think he's just trying to make a comeback there. And that's where you see he's made that overtaking maneuver. A bit of a signal as well as he'd gone past Naeem Rizvi.
I don't think he was very happy with the way he may have been blocked.
And also I think the signal was because the yellow flag's out, and that's the reason why all drivers are now slowed up. Yes, the safety car is going to be coming out on the racetrack. That was the reason why the signal came from Aditya Parsuram, just signaling to Naeem Rizvi to not overtake, to slow down, because they're now all going to be racing behind this.
Also with Ruhan Alva, we'll get that update if he's still part of the race. I doubt that he could continue with the way his tyre was damaged in that first and second corner incident. Jaden Parriott there is the race leader. Aditya Parsuram second, Naeem Rizvi is in third, and all the laps that are done behind the safety car are also counted for. That's the car of Ruhan Alva, and that's possibly the reason why this, the safety car is out. Keeping a close eye on proceedings there. That's Amit Jhingan.
Yes, Amit Jhingan's the head of the recovery crew.
So Chetan Suraneni and Aditya Parsuram will be an interesting race for both of them, and will be interesting where do they both end up, third or fourth. For Jaden Parriott also is at the moment leading the race behind the safety car. He has all but sealed his second spot in the Drivers' Championship, so no problem there, because despite the fact that Ruhan is out of the race, he did seal the championship yesterday itself.
There's one more race to come in this race category later in the afternoon, but yes, the championship already belongs to Ruhan Alva, albeit he wouldn't be able to, as he would have, as he said early on, take it one race at a time and probably try and match what Amir Saeed did earlier last season. by
80 out of a possible 90 is still tremendous performance.
and a 24-point lead, remember, coming into round 4. So that in itself told you how commanding he'd been in terms of his performance, in terms of his form.
So the safety car continues to stay out as all the drivers follow it around the racetrack.
Temperatures are in the high 20s, close to about 28 degrees at the moment. And those track temperatures are going to be at least about 2.5 degrees higher than that. Track temperatures close to about 31 degrees, and as the sun beats down on the racetrack in the afternoon, those temperatures are only going to get higher. That'll make life a little uncomfortable for the drivers when they come back for the second race of this category.
Oh, we spoke about this yesterday as well when we started. Yesterday was slightly, the start was post-lunch, and around that time it was 32, 33 degrees, although there was a great bit of wind blowing across the Coimbatore Speedway around 18 odd kilometers per hour. But now it seems that we'll have to confirm as the safety car. Yes, the lights are off, so the safety car will go back into the pits. That means that we'll have racing action commencing now. And there you go, Jaden Parriott coming through the final corner of this lap, leading the race. Aditya Parsuram second, and that is followed by Tyre Rizvi and Chetan Suraneni.
4 laps gone now in this race. Remember, it was supposed to be a 10-lap race. We've seen at least 2.5 laps behind that safety car. The safety car came out midway through the second lap, and the drivers did almost 2 laps behind that safety car. But 4 laps gone now, another 6 including this one. I think this is going to be very exciting. Aditya Parsuram is moved into second, behind third. Can he catch up with Jaden Parriott? That's the big question.
And also can Chetan Suraneni catch up with Aditya Parsuram, because that is also another battle we'll keep an eye out on. Unfortunate for Aman Nagdev, he couldn't start. He had that little incident when the cars came out of the pits before lining up for that formation lap.
And when the formation lap happened, that's when Dylan Zakaria, his car stalled on the track, and that's the reason why you don't see car number 54 on the racetrack. That's Quest Motorsports car, the lad from Chennai. Dylan Zakaria able to take part because of that.
So far, so good and comfortable for Jaden Parriott. A bit of rub of green, bit of luck for him as well, with Ruhan Alva being hit and his car being damaged and out of the race. He's not had that rub of green for...
But now, what's interesting to see is how does Aditya Parsuram go about his task. He's in second, all right, but it's going to be close. And you can see some friends and family with worried faces, just trying to figure out where their relatives are on the racetrack and how they're performing.
It's almost halfway through the race. We've got Jaden Parriott leading. That's him on your screen right now. Car number 5, M Sport.
I was talking to him post the race yesterday, where he was involved in a collision between him and Ruhan Alva that ended his chances of finishing in the top 3. And he said he just missed the gear shift while coming down the straight and trying to gear down. And the important part was a lot of talk that happened with his father and his well-wishers. The important thing is, as a young kid, how do you come back from a setback like that, keep your focus, and then come out on the racetrack and perform? I think this young lad is showing a lot of character, a lot of focus.
I think the way he's come out so far today is this race as well. He's stretching that lead between himself and the second and third. And now Naeem Rizvi making a move on Aditya Parsuram, but Aditya shutting slam that window, not allowing Naeem Rizvi to pass by. I think this is very good, maintaining decent lines there. But the front 3 have now peeled away from the rest of the pack, and you see this battle going on between Gaurav Kochar and Chetan Suraneni for the 4th and the 5th spot. That'll also be very, very interesting as we get into the final few laps.
Yes, and there was Advait Jampa from Momentum Motorsports, the lad from Mumbai, who was running 6th as we saw those cars go by. These, of course, are the top 3 that you've just seen whizzing down the straight now. Jaden Parriott is good, Aditya Parsuram in second, Naeem Rizvi in third. By now.
We're coming through towards the business end of this race.
You could see the yellow flag being waved, and I wonder if that's just on corner 1. Is there probably some sort of function around the track when they went into corner 1, and that's where I think the yellow flag was being waved, not allowing any overtaking at that point.
Barrett would mind that because there's not too many laps left. If the rest of the race is behind the safety car, he gets the yellow flag.
I think it was just there for corner 1. I can't really see the race being interrupted anywhere else per se, so there was just a yellow for corner 1 where they said no overtaking allowed. But this is what we were talking about earlier. You have Chetan Surineni just go by. He's running 4th. Abhay Jumper 6th.
Pressure from Gaurav Kochar on Chetan Surineni for that 4th spot as Jaden continues to lead the race. With every passing lap, he's stretching that gap between himself and Aditya Parshuram. And if things stand like this, I think Jaden obviously will have a good chance of coming in 2nd in the Drivers' Championship, and it'll also be a big boost for Aditya Parshuram as well. Although Naeem Rizvi is someone who will go till the very end. He's putting a lot of pressure there on Aditya Parshuram. He's not someone who will let go till the very end.
What's interesting to see, Kartikeya, for these young drivers is when you go down the straight, there's a slope downwards, so the cars actually gain a little momentum when they go into corner 1. And that's why it's really important braking point. When are you going to brake? At what point on that straight are you looking to slam the brakes? You don't want to be going too hard and locking up your brakes and going into a spin. It's a tight left-hander, so these young lads have to be very careful. There's exuberance of youth, all right, but there'll have to be some tempering of experience and rationality as well.
I think that's where the focus comes into play, when to brake and how hard to brake. And, over the period of time, over the period of the season as well, they do have a lot of practice sessions. They're mentored by some of the big guns who are in the Formula 4 LGB category as well. So that does help them. But once you're in the car, you are the one who's in charge as we come through towards the end of yet.
The back marker who might be coming up ahead of him, you can see he's probably just about 3 seconds or so behind a back marker whom he's going to be lapping very soon.
Well, this is the corner where it will be interesting for the other. He's crossed the back marker. So
yesterday, the young lad will savor this moment. He'll savor this win. Aditya Parshuram comes in 2nd, just pipping Naeem Rizvi to the checkered flag. So it's Aditya Parshuram who's 2nd. Naeem Rizvi will have to settle for 3rd. But Jaden Parriott, take a bow, young man. There was a lot of talk happening on the racetrack. He was getting a lot of last-minute pep talk. But what's happened there? Incident involving Akash.
Right, Akash Nandagouli along with Sivesh Selvaratnam, the two teammates, it seems. They're just stood there having a conversation with each other. Obviously, the race has ended for them and for the others as well. So might as well have a mid-track conversation. Not a very good idea, but that's what's happening.
Well, all I can say is not the best of pleasantries being exchanged between the two. I'm sure they're pretty disappointed in the way that race has ended. But this young lad's got to be really happy with the way things have gone. Before the race began, Jaden Parriott was getting a lot of pep talk from Mira Herda right at the start line just before the race began. He was on P1. A lot of talk. His father yesterday was saying that it's just the way this young man's taken to that disappointment yesterday and still grown beyond it. You've got to focus going into this race. I think he's got to be very happy with the result.
Still pleasantries being exchanged between Akash and Sivesh, team members. Akash in car number 8 and car number 69 of Sivesh Selvaratnam, both Quest Motorsports. Bit disappointment there for them as
I'm amazed you can lip read from this distance, Kartikeya, from behind the helmets when you're saying pleasantries.
And you can see Naeem Rizvi there enjoying, although he came in 3rd, but he's got his hand up as well, and he's celebrating with Jaden Parriott, a podium position for them. That's the situation there at the back turn, where you got 2 cars and 2 drivers talking to each other, albeit will make no use now. That's your race winner, car number 5, Jaden Parriott, and as Raman said, redemption for the young man after losing out on a race win yesterday. Very well done from Jaden Parriott. Consistently good has been Naeem Rizvi as well. And a good result for Aditya Parsuram, who comes in second, so that he puts some heat on the likes of Gaurav Kochar and Chetan Suruneni for that third spot in the Drivers' Championship.
LGB Formula 4, please be on standby. LGB Formula 4, please be on standby. We shall be opening the pit lane shortly. Thank you.
Chetan Suruneni there, car number 56. We'd be hoping to do a bit better in the upcoming race in this category. That'll be the final one of this category later in the day. So that's the confirmation on the bottom left of your screen. Jaden Parriott, Aditya Parsuram, along with Naeem Rizvi, your three winners. And again, you see the two just not stopping. They're having a go. They're both trying to prove their point. They're both trying to tell each other. And you can see the couple of gentlemen in the background was also laughing, seeing the lighter side and funnier side of that conversation there. But in the end, that's the end of the race. These two young men, Akash Nandagauli along with Sivesh Selvaratnam. Disappointment for them. Not disappointment for Jaden Parriott. Obviously, disappointment for Ruhan Alva. We haven't spoken about him in this race because he was out of the race as early as first or the second lap when he had that. In fact, at the end of the first lap, he was out of the race, had that contact with his car and one of the fellow drivers, and the front right wheel inverted inside. There was no way he could continue with that race despite having sealed the championship. The drivers now going through the mandatory weighbridge post the race. It's there, the family members, friends, eagerly waiting for the drivers to come across the weighbridge and get on with the congratulatory hugs and high fives. We've had an eventful race. We've had drivers overtake each other. We've had the collisions. We've had incidents. We've had the crane come out. We've had the safety car come out as well. But in the end, it is Jaden who's gone on to take the checkered flag. What speed without glamour? Right then, we've had a very good race as we spoke about. Let's very quickly take you through the highlights in case you've missed any part of it. Jaden Parriott started at P1. Ruhan Alva at P2. That was a very good start for Ruhan Alva. Very quickly took the race lead. There you see both of them having a go. Naeem Rizvi was also involved in the mix of things, but Ruhan Alva very quickly there taking the lead. And that's where the problem happened for Ruhan Alva. You can see the front right tyre of his car just took a hit on that second corner. That possibly spelled doom. That was the end of his race, although he did decide to continue. That was another incident involving Advait Zampa as well, one of the Momentum Motorsport cars. And that meant that Jaden Parriott, who had lost the lead to Ruhan Alva in corner one, got his lead back. Naeem Rizvi was second at that point early on, followed by Aditya Parsuram. But Aditya Parsuram did very well to later go on and overtake Naeem Rizvi. Chetan Suruneni was also in the mix. I think he's running fourth at the moment as the safety car came out for the recovery crew to clear the track for Ruhan Alva and get Ruhan Alva's car out of the track. This was the point when Aditya Parsuram had made his move and moved up to second from third, pushing Naeem Rizvi down to third. And the battle was on also between Chetan Suruneni and Gaurav Kochar. You can see in fourth and fifth. And that battle was going on till the very end as well. This was another interesting battle throughout the race. Braking a little too hard there was Naeem Rizvi on that occasion. Car number 9, the yellow car. time for us to go to the prize distribution ceremony, where you can see Jaden Parriott on the top of the podium, followed by Aditya Parsuram on the left, and the guy you can see with a smile even behind the mask, animated as always, Naeem Rizvi in third position. They are joined by Sunny Singh, COC, on the prize distribution stage. That's your race winner, Jaden Parriott in the centre. Naeem Rizvi with a smile on the right. And Aditya Parsuram on the left, coming in first runner-up. It might be hot, but there's a steady breeze blowing across the Kari Speedway. A bit of a relief for all the drivers and bikers there. So a good exciting start to the grand finale, the final day of this championship. That's the 24th JK Tyre FMSCI President's National Racing Championship. We've got Raman Bonod there at the presentation area, and he will have a very quick chat with the winners and the runners up there.
Well, let's have a quick chat with the podium finishers for this JK Tyre Novice Cup race. Of course, the order has been interchanged from second and third the way they were yesterday. This time around, it's Naeem Rizvi who finishes third. Hi, Naeem. Congratulations once again on the podium.
Thank you. It's good for.
Like the exuberance and like the excitement that you get to every race.
Yeah, it's just me. That's how I am generally. It's been like that for the past 15 years, swimming here, everything.
Well, go well and enjoy the moment.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Let's have a quick chat with Aditya Parsuram. He's pipped Naeem to the checkered flag this time around, finishing second today. How did that battle go? Because there was a tussle that you and Naeem were involved in early on in the race, and then you overtook him and then held on to that position.
Yeah, I defended for my life. First 3 laps I had grip, and then took advantage of that fully, and then I just defended for my life.
What impact did the safety car have on the approach that you had in the race?
Safety car, I had a good reaction, but then I got an earlier reaction than him, and then I had to lift off the throttle, so I messed up there a little bit.
Well, nonetheless, enjoy your podium finish. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's have a chat now with this young lad, Jaden Parriott, who notches up a race win. Congratulations, Jaden. Hard fought.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It means a lot.
You have to share with me, what was the pep talk that you were getting just before the start of the race? I know your dad walked past, had a quick word with you. I had a word with him this morning as well. Meera Elder was there talking to you, giving you some pep talk towards the fag end before you started the race. What was going through your head?
Yesterday was a tough race. Gave it my all, and it ended in that way. So definitely wasn't in the best mindset in coming into this race. But I was just trying to, be careful and try to be smart, especially at the start. And that's what we did, and that's why we win.
Many congratulations. Savor the moment. It's just the way you've approached this race, coming back from yesterday. That's won a lot of hearts.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Go well.
Thank you.
That's young Jaden Parriott for you. Notches up a race win that's going to give him a lot of happiness and probably a day to remember for him. But remember, the championship has already been won by Ruhan Alva as far as this JK Tyre Novice Cup is concerned. One race still to go. It's going to be exciting stuff, but of course we've got other race action planned for the day. It's over to Karthikeya Sinha very quickly in the commentary box.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth, shed your inhibitions, and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart, JK Tyre, total control.
Right then, welcome back to the live coverage of the 24th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. Unfortunately, we've cut through the highlights for the prize distribution ceremony, so we'll bring you the highlights of the first race of today in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. It was a very good start for Ruhan Alva initially till corner 1 before ending up in the corner 2, where that's where he had that impact, and that was possibly the end of the race for him, when Jaden Parriott must be thanking his stars because he started at P1 but very quickly lost out the race lead to Ruhan Alva. There was that little incident involving Adit Parashar, car number 63. Unfortunately, no stars for Aman Nagdev and Dylan Zakaria due to some issues. In fact, Dylan had an issue during the formation lap, while Aman Nagdev's car had an incident while they came out from the pits to line up for the formation track. Right then, till now, there is a momentum 1-2, as you can see, with Jaden leading and Naeem Rizvi coming in second. But before the safety car could come out for the recovery crew to clear the track and get Ruhan Alva's car out, Aditya Parsuram had moved up to second, pushing Naeem Rizvi down to third. And there you see your front three with Jaden Parriott, Aditya Parsuram, car number 15, and that's Naeem Rizvi's car in car number 9. Behind them was a battle on for 4th and 5th between Chetan Suruneni and Gaurav Kochar. That battle went on till the very end. It's a beautiful shot of the Kari Speedway from the drone there. Braking a little too hard was Naeem Rizvi. In fact, throughout the race, it was Naeem Rizvi who put a lot of pressure on Aditya Parsuram for that second spot, although Aditya did hold on very, very well. Jaden Parriott was, as he said earlier, he was not possibly in the best frame of mind after losing out yesterday to Ruhan Alva in that battle for the top spot in that race, but he did redeem himself today and got that checkered flag. With every passing lap, he looked more confident, and he got that checkered flag with ease in the very end. And there you see Jaden Parriott taking the checkered flag. Coming in second was Aditya Parsuram, followed by Naeem Rizvi. Those are your race winners.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tyre, buddy.
JK Smart Tyre, the tyre with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tyre.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 24th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. We've just had one race so far and an exciting start to the final day of the season. We've had Jaden Parriott notch up a win, and we had Aditya Parsuram coming in second, followed by Naeem Rizvi. So that second place finish for Aditya Parsuram does wonders for him as far as finishing third in the Drivers' Championship is concerned. There is a battle on there, although we do have one race left, and that means there's still an opportunity for the likes of Chetan Suruneni and Gaurav Kochar to try and catch up. Now we're getting ready for the next race. As you can see, you've got the big guns now coming out, and that is the LGB Formula 4 category. In this category, we have 15 laps. This is race number 5 of the weekend. And the reverse grid will kick in here. So as they started yesterday, the front 8 will be reversed. So Amir Saeed, who started at P1, will start at P8, while Mira Erida, who started at P8, will start at P1, and so on and so forth. You see the yellows, that's the M Sport, car number 99, Raghu Rangasamy, along with Vishnu, Mira Erida, Bala Prasad, all the M Sports there. Just gone across and had one lap off the racetrack and come back in the pits. That's Ashwin Datta in car number 5, closely followed by Mira Erida. They've gone back into the pits. Remember, this is the LGB Formula 4, the most economical single-seater. Providing a platform for young racers and experienced campaigners. Ashwin's just parked his car on the right there for a moment, while Mira Erida just sips through the exit of the pit lane. That is Mira Erida. She will start at P1 in this race. A good opportunity for her as well. There are some of the cars who are lining up now. I think Ashwin may want a final little tune-up of his car before he gets back on the track. He does have that time. Very quickly though, anything that has to be done very, very quickly. There you see on the right, car number 99. That is Raghu Rangasamy at P2. We don't see P1 yet. We don't see P4, P3 as well. That's Bala Prasad. I think this is lined up perfectly for Vishnu Prasad, who leads the Drivers' Championship, albeit by not much, a very fine margin between himself and Sandeep Kumar. But the M Sport have locked up the first 2 rows in the grid, so it'll be hard work for the likes of Ashwin Datta, Sandeep Kumar, Diljit TS and Amir Saeed to get in front of them. So Bala Prasad is now on the grid. Be interesting if Mira Erida obviously will join them. There you see the yellow car cruising through the middle of the grid. That's Mira Erida's car. You see the yellows in the front 2 rows. Not a happy sight if you're a Dark Dawn fan, but still have 15 laps. That's enough time for things to change dramatically and drastically. Naeem Rizvi there having a quick chat with Mira Erida. A fist bump. Some words of encouragement there. Looks like a full grid right now. Other drivers are back on the track, but let's very quickly see what Raman and the others are up to. While making it clear, bhulega nahi.
Just racing that you get to see here at Coimbatore at the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. We just tried to do our take of a very popular step. My partners in crime, of course, one of them is going to be right in the safety car. Abhilash, you can see him getting in there. Guys, focus on him. He's the man for the moment. Yeah, he's the leader of the group. Of course, we just got someone out of race control to do that for us. That's Mr. Sandeep Sharma. Pulled him out of that. Thanks so much for that sporting spirit and the gesture. All right, guys, we're all set. That's There you go, going for rock and roll. Now let's go into race action. That's coming up next. Let's take a quick look at what's transpiring in the JK Tyre Formula LGB4 category, because this is a category which, as I said yesterday, just 7 points separate 4 drivers who are in line for the overall Drivers' Championship this season. And of course, Vishnu Prasad might still lead that championship by a solitary point. Don't forget that there's Sandeep Kumar, who's just a point behind. There's Amir Saeed of Ahura Racing, who notched up a race win yesterday, and he is 6 points adrift of Vishnu's overall points tally. And don't forget, another former national champion, Diljit TS, is 7 points adrift from Vishnu, who's of course won the championship before. So this promises to be very exciting fair. This is probably one of the most keenly contested categories of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. And 2 races to go in this category. Remember, one of them is just coming up now. Another one is going to come up later in the afternoon. The track temperatures are getting hotter and hotter as time goes by. Remember, it's close to about 29-30 degrees at the moment. But as the weather gets hotter, race action on the racetrack is definitely going to be on the limit. We've got Mira Erda starting off on pole position. Mira, hi, how are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Great opportunity for you. I'm doing well. The great opportunity for you. Clear-sided track ahead. What do you make of this?
I'm just going to give my 100% to keep everyone behind me.
One thing for sure, what I did not fail to notice was your pep talk to Jaden Parrier before he started his race. And of course, it paid dividends. So is someone coming around to give you that pep talk? I can see Ruhan Alva here with some energy drinks in hand.
Yeah, for sure. They are the ones who are used to this place. So yeah, I surely need it.
Go well, go well. Right, so let's see what's happening as far as the P2 is concerned. It's another seasoned campaigner, Rahul Rangasamy, who starts off on P2. Oh, great opportunity, front row, got a clear side to track.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting race because a lot of the other drivers are fighting for the championship, whereas we are in the front row as well. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting race as well, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
Look at the number of M Sport cars. I'm just looking around, and it's like the swarm of yellow bees. 4 of them in the top 4. So, is there any team strategy that you're going into this race with?
As far as team is concerned, they don't give us any strategies. It's just us drivers. So we'll see.
Well, the display on his car here is ready. I'm sure so is he. All the best. That's, of course, Rahul Rangasamy starts off on P2. On P3 is another M Sport driver. That's Bala Prasad. And Bala, we saw you put in a decent run yesterday as well. What's been going right for you?
Yeah, no comments. So I'll just keep my head straight and just go for the win. That's what I'm going through.
All right, go well.
Yeah, thank you.
Someone who's really focused up and doesn't want to spare too many words at the moment. Vishnu Prasad, the overall championship leader. He's seen that lead whittled down to just a solitary point. He's amongst teammates in the top 4. Vishnu, promises to be exciting 2 races now.
Yeah, the last 2 races, the championship is going to come down to this, and hopefully we can have a good one.
Any specific thoughts about pressure building up with Sandeep and even Amir catching up?
Not really. I think just focus on my job and try to win the race, and everything around me happens, and see what we can get out of it.
Someone who's been there, done that so many times, who has pressure for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Vishnu Prasad there. Go well, Vishnu. That's the way it is. But Sandeep Kumar, now this is going to be the most exciting part of this race. The fact that you've got Vishnu on P4 and Sandeep Kumar on P5. Just a point separates the two in terms of the overall drivers standing. Sandeep, 4 M Sport cars ahead of you. It's going to be a challenge for the Dark Dawns.
No, I think the important thing is to stay clean and be focused on what we want to achieve. And that is always my aim. So irrespective of if it is M Sport or Ahura or whichever car, I think I have my goal set and I want to achieve it. So yeah, I'm focused on that.
Go well.
Thank you so much.
That's Sandeep for you. And remember, there's another young talented driver, Ashwin Datta, who's on P6, another Dark Dawn Racing driver there. So it's a battle not just between individual drivers in this race category, it's a battle between teams as well. And that famed rivalry between M Sport and Dark Dawn Racing once again is going to unfold on this racetrack right here at Coimbatore. It's bright and sunny. We're waiting for great race action to unfold. It's over to Kartikeya Sinha, who's in the commentary box.
Thank you, Raman. We're moments away from the start of this race. Very quickly, before we start, we'll take you through the starting grid with Mira Erda starting at P1, Rahul Rangasamy at P2, Bala Prasad at P3, Vishnu Prasad at P4. So that's an M Sport 1, 2, 3, 4. And that makes a nightmare of a situation for the rest to follow. That is the Dark Dawn in Sandeep Kumar's P5. Ashwin Datta P6, Diljit TS P7, Amir Saeed who notched up a race win yesterday starting at P8, Deepak Ravikumar P9, Shreya Diwan P10, Ashok Lal P11, Yokeshwaran Krishnavelu there as well. Then you have Tijal Rao starting at P13, Vishwas Vijayaraj at P14, Akshay Kapoor P15, Abhinav Reddy P16, Mohammad Ryan P17, Bashir at P18, and Arya Singh, who did not start yesterday's race, will start right at the back of the grid in P19. That is the man who is leading the Drivers' Championship at the moment, albeit by just one solitary point, but that is all it needs if you can be crowned champion. Remember last season, if I'm correct, Ashwin Datta missed out on the championship by just 2 points from Sandeep Kumar teammates, but it's an individual sport as well. This will be very interesting. You see the 4 yellows ahead of the 3 silver arrows, and as Raman said earlier, the rivalry is obviously there, and not just for individual drivers in their Drivers' Championship, but also for the Constructors' Championship, for the Team Championship, and we all know how things pan out when the battle is on between M Sport and Dark Dawn. This certainly should play in the hands of M Sport, although the interesting battle will be P4 and P5. That's Vishnu and Sandeep Kumar. 1 point gap between the two. We got 2 races remaining in this category, including this one. 1 minute to go before the start of the race. That gentleman with the cap, Sarosh Shataria, team principal, Ahura Racing.
And I tell you what, you saw car number 23 just a little while ago. You can see that now. That's on P8. That's Amir Saeed, the guy who won the race yesterday, the driver who's done exceedingly well ever since he's moved up from the JK Tyre Novice Cup into the JK Tyre Formula LGB4 category.
Post the races yesterday, I had a quick chat with him off camera. We'll get to that as the cars go on for the formation lap. And he was standing at the exit, had a little smirk, a smile on his face, and I asked him that now that you're not too far away from the championship leader, you plan to upset some parties here with 2 race wins tomorrow, and you could possibly win the championship. And he says, well, I believe that's the plan.
Well, the only challenge in front of that, plan for the moment is that the reverse grid kicked in. So the reason for him starting off on P8 today is the fact that now he's going to work his way up on that grid, because yesterday he finished first, so he starts off on P8. It was Ashwin Datta who finished third, so he starts off on P6. Diljit had finished second, he starts off on P7. So the top 8, the way they finished yesterday, their order's been reversed.
And what will be interesting as well is that, the ones that are ahead of him aren't the ones who'd, easily give their spot away, including the likes of, from Raghul to Vishnu to Balaprasad, Sandeep, Diljit and Ashwin Datta. So it's going to be a tough race for him, but that's how, the pressure will transform him into an even better driver, a better racer as he progresses in his career.
Absolutely. So this reverse grid really is the challenge for the drivers. You see, if you keep winning races and you straight away are put on P1, then it doesn't really give an opportunity to the other drivers to make their presence felt in a race, because they're always in the mid-pack. But when the reverse grid kicks in and the top 8, their starting order gets reversed when the next race comes about, that's what gives an opportunity to some of the mid-packers to try and prove their mettle. While on the other hand, it tests your ability and skill as a driver, that can you weave your way through traffic and still come out on top.
He did that consistently in the Novice Cup category last season, did Amir Saeed, winning races, starting in the 8th position in the reverse grid and then again going on to win the race. But this is a different ball game altogether. You're talking about the team camaraderie in M Sport as well, with Mir Arada giving Jaden Parry a pep talk before the start of the race. We had Naeem Rizvi give a high five, a fist bump, and then you saw Ruhan Alva as well there. So all the young kids together as we Off they go now. It's a very good start for Meera Erida as well as Raghu Rangasamy. It's a decent start for Bala Prasad as well, as they come through towards corner 1. It's a decent start for Ashwin Datta, who's on the inside line. Very good start for Vishnu. And Amir Saeed has been pushed back as at least 9th at the moment.
The important part is all cars managed to make it through C1 without an incident. A lot of times you see that over-exuberance by the odd driver, but these are seasoned campaigners, some of them, so they've made sure that they've gone past C1 without any incidents. It's a long race, remember. It's going to be a 15-lap race, so there's a lot of time in this race to come back and retake a position.
Well, it's not a very good start for Raghul. He's dropped down to 4th. He's been swarmed by the Dark Dawns. That's Sandeep Kumar, who's 2nd in the race. And, well, Vishnu's had a good start. He's moved up to 2nd now.
Well, great run for Vishnu Prasad. Remember, he was the one who was on P4. And the moment you had Raghu Rangasamy diving into the inside line, it opened the gap up for Vishnu to race ahead. But for the moment now, Raghu is holding back Diljit's TS at the moment. So there's a battle on between 2 Dark Dawn racing drivers and the M Sport car. There you can see car number 99 is Raghu. Right behind him is Diljit TS.
There you have it, Meera Erida, a very good start, started at P1. She is leading at the moment, closely followed by Vishnu Prasad. And now this is an opportunity for the likes of Diljit TS and the others from Dark Dawn to try and get around Raghu Rangasamy before it is too late, and the front 2 stretch that lead, stretch that gap as far as they can. There's that little incident, one of the Ahura racing cars on corner 1 just braking too hard, skidding and slipping. And well, luckily the engine was still on, so they're back on the race, albeit right at the very end.
Let's take a look and see what happened there. I wonder if that's Amir Saeed. Just locking the brakes up, going into a spin. That seems to be Vishwas Vijay Raj of Ahura Racing. So Vishwas Vijay Raj in a spot of bother there, the driver from Nellore.
Amir Saeed is still in the mix of things. He is somewhere around the 8th position at the moment. And it was a very good start for Arya Singh too. Remember, started at the back of the grid because he did not participate in yesterday's race. But he moved up about 4 or 5 positions till by the end of the first lap. Now, this is going to be troublesome for the rest of the Dark Dawn. In fact, even for Sandeep Kumar, because the front 2 have opened up a very, very big gap now. In fact, Vishnu is now leading Meera Erida. So Vishnu, you see there, car number 6, he's the race leader now, followed by Meera Erida. Then there's that gap of about 3 seconds. Then Raghul comes in, and then Diljit TS, Sandeep Kumar and Ashwin Datta. So they will have to do very well to catch up with Vishnu right now.
So effectively, as you can see, that's the view from the DTS Racing garage. Everyone's looking out, expecting to see what Diljit TS can do. He's also in the mix, remember, 7 points off the championship leader. Vishnu Prasad is Diljit TS, who's 4th in the overall championships. Currently, as far as this race is concerned, he's running 4th as well. He's in car number 44. I wonder if that's coincidence.
Too many 4s there, and Arya Singh, now he's moved up well ahead of the other pack as well. He was starting, as I said, right at the back of the grid. Has made it almost through the mid pack now. But this battle will be very interesting with Raghul doing all he can to try and stop the others from passing by, so that he gives that a bit of advantage to his teammates to stretch that lead. But he will be under pressure from both Sandeep and Diljit TS. You spoke to Raghul before the start of the race, and he said, any strategy? And he just smiled and said, we will see.
No, he just said, well, I want to just take it as a race, and we'll see how it goes. But I'm sure he didn't want to divulge his plans. They're very evident on the racetrack right now. 4 M Sport cars right at the top, and at the moment 3 of them are leading. So it's a 1-2-3 at the moment for M Sport, with Vishnu in the lead, Meera Erida running 2nd, Raghu Rangasamy is 3rd, Diljit TS is 4th, Sandeep Kumar is running 5th. As far as standings are concerned, and look at the race timings. The Vishnu Prasad's clock time of 1 minute 17.805. That has been the best lap time that we've seen so far in this race. 3 laps gone, we're in the 4th lap. Oh, there's problems there. And the two cars involved in that incident, and that is disappointment. Sandeep Kumar and Amir Saeed involved in that incident. The defending champion and the young rookie, they're both out of the race there. Disappointment for Sandeep, disappointment for Amir Saeed as well. And that's really something that's good. The safety cars come onto the racetrack as well. So all that lead that was being built up by Vishnu Prasad, because of a clear sight of track ahead with Rahul holding off Diljit and the likes of the other Dark Dawn drivers who were catching up. Now all that lead evaporates. This is disappointment for Amir Saeed. Amir Saeed, remember, was just 6 points adrift of Vishnu Prasad in the overall championship. That's what's happened. Collision, Sandeep Kumar getting a tap from behind on that occasion. If you look at that replay once again, the important part was that just coming out of that left-hand corner, turning right, that's where the collision happened.
That's the end of the race for Amir Saeed as well. That's disappointing for the young lad, and that's what happened there, Raman.
Oh, he's been, I think...
he was airborne for a while as well.
Yes, all four wheels off, I thought, off the track for just a bit for Sandeep Kumar. He's lucky the car landed straight, albeit all safety precautions are taken with the vehicles as well, with the accentuated roll bars and all the other paraphernalia. But disappointment to have a race end like this, because he was just 1 point adrift of Vishnu Prasad, was Sandeep Kumar. He was the main challenger. And then Amir Saeed, who was 6 points adrift of Vishnu, his race has also ended in dramatic fashion.
So two of the closest competitors lose out now.
And their hopes now of winning the Drivers' Championship hanging by a thread.
Like their cars at the moment. But the safety car is out. That means no overtaking. That means that whatever lead Vishnu had accumulated over the others, that will be evaporated. That means that the Dark Dawn in 4th and 6th now have an opportunity to try and catch up and make their move now. This is what happened again. There was that collision between Sandeep and Amir Saeed. Sandeep was on the outside. I think the front side of the right side of his car contacted the front left of Amir Saeed.
And that I thought happened because he, from the outside line, was turning in on that right-handed turn.
Disappointment for Ahura Racing as well. That's Amir Saeed's father. He's been a big supporter of him throughout his young career. Did very well in the Novice Cup category last season. This time doing ever so well with that step up. It's a bird's eye view of the Kari Motor Speedway. You can see the sun belting down, track temperatures rising with every passing minute. About 32 degrees now. Not very humid, around late 20s, but thankfully there's that bit of breeze blowing across that cools and calms things down to a little extent, albeit. But the Ahura Racing garage there, the safety car still out. The lights have gone now, so I'm assuming they'll dive down into the pits.
Yes, it's picked up pace as well as the safety car, so I dare say this is when the safety car is going to go into the pit lane. But this could be an opportunity for Vishnu Prasad. Yes, the safety car is going to go into the pit lane. That's why the lights went out. Clear indication that it would be pitting. But now Vishnu Prasad has got a great chance. He's got a clear track ahead of him. He's built up momentum as well. Rahul Rangasamy is doing exactly what he was doing when the race began, holding off the challenge from Diljit 3S.
In fact, Bala Prasad has moved up to 5th as well. Ashwin Datta has dropped down to 6th. Diljit 3S there braking hard. You can see the smoke coming off his tyres, but there's one of the M Sport, just couldn't brake, so going through the tyre barrier, will join when allowed to.
Yes, but you have to say on that straight, Rahul Rangasamy again staving off that challenge from Diljit 3S.
Once again, very quickly, they've gone on to have that lead, and I think that M Sport that went through the Tyre barrier was in fact Raghu Rangasamy. So, and Balaprasad has now moved up to third, so that will now allow Diljit TS to have a crack at Balaprasad and move up to third. That's what happened there.
Look at that, he's trying to just close the gate, Raghu Rangasamy, on Diljit TS, and that's the reason why he got into trouble and had to go through the tyre barriers. That's Raghu Rangasamy for you. But he's dropped positions. He'd had to wait for the other cars to pass him before he can rejoin. Oh, problems here.
Akshay Kapoor and Abhinav Reddy there.
And problems also for Ashwin Datta.
Well, Ashwin, there's a bit of an issue there. He's going in reverse, but Akshay Kapoor seems to be okay. His car is moving, but can he rejoin the race? And can Ashwin Datta rejoin the race? The car is moving.
I dare say it looks a little tough, but the car really that took maximum damage in that incident was Abhinav Reddy's car. That incident involving Abhinav Reddy and Akshay Kapoor. So Abhinav's race is over. Akshay Kapoor, of course, has the opportunity of rejoining.
Again, the safety car will come out, and again, all the hard work done by Vishnu and Meera will be taken away. As you can see, the drivers putting their hands up, saying, you can see the yellow flag is out. So, once again, an opportunity, a window of opportunity for the likes of Diljit TS to, and also for the likes of Tijil Rao to get involved at the top end of this race.
Well, it was yellow flag because they wanted to ensure that the track was clear, which it does seem to be at the moment.
Possibly that corner itself that was yellow flagged. Vishnu Prasad has built up a healthy lead now over the rest of his team. As although Meera Erida has done so well to just be right behind him, under half a second the gap between Vishnu Prasad and Meera Erida. Very impressive.
And great lap times clocked by Meera Erida as well. She's clocked the best lap time of 1 minute 17.747. And so that's very well done. Happened in the previous lap.
And that was the fastest lap of the race as well. So, you know, a big up for her. Very well done. And you can see the safety car out. So no more overtaking. Vishnu must be thinking, every time I build that lead up, the safety car comes out. Well, it had to come out because of that crash that involved Abhinav Reddy and Akshay Kapoor. And again, seems like will be a good day out as far as this race is concerned for the M Sport, unless the likes of Diljit TS and Tijil Rao have a trick or two up their sleeves.
This is what happened. Akshay Kapoor and his car spun, and coming around the bend at a decent pace was Abhinav Reddy, who was unable to avoid Akshay's car. And I think he came off worse. In fact, both cars are going to be out of the race. As you can see, Akshay Kapoor's car as well is gone, being recovered by the safety crew. Recovery crew ensuring that there's minimal time lost in the removal of the debris and, of course, the removal of the cars from the track to ensure that we get at least 5 laps of this race, which could be behind, not behind the safety car, and proper racing action, remember.
Well, it does seem that it will stay out for at least another lap, the safety car, because it hasn't picked up that speed on that corner. So that means no overtaking. All the other cars can now catch up with them. Gives Arya Singh also an opportunity to move up. Remember, he wasn't far behind as far as the Drivers' Championship was concerned, behind Vishnu Prasad, although did not take part in yesterday's race. So that, not mathematically, but still put curtains on his chances. But then he now back, and with all the gap gone, can try and move up, be amongst points at least, because if he doesn't win the championship, at least his points can contribute to Dark Dawn's success as the team championship, the constructors championship there. Vishnu leading, Meera Erida second, Bala Prasad in third, followed by Diljit TS. Then you got another M Sport of Ragul, and then Tijil Rao as well there. Three Ahura racing cars also out there. Unfortunately, end of the race for the likes of Sandeep Kumar and Amir Saeed, the two of the closest competitors. Things seem to be playing well in favour of Vishnu Prasad with his two closest challengers out. And after this, there'll be another race, one race. And if Vishnu gets to the checkered flag here, he has that advantage of stretching that gap. Then it'll be at least 11 points between him and Sandeep, because there's 1 point where Sandeep's out of the race, so is Amir Saeed. So then let's mathematically, Diljit TS will have to be second to try and beat any chance, a shade of upsetting Vishnu and getting that race win in the last race of the day.
Effectively, if Diljit TS doesn't finish in the top two, the gap is going to widen between him and Vishnu Prasad to a lot, which would be unmanageable with just one race to go. The safety car goes into the pit lane. We're back to racing action.
There we go. This is through that straight. Vishnu, Meera, then Bala Prasad, and then Diljit TS. It is going to be very interesting. Now, Mohammad Ryan, in fact, is in fifth. There you see on the right, there's Raghu Rangasamy car number 99 going full throttle, but in the end breaking. He's holding Tijil Rao and the rest back. R.A. Singh, he's moved up as well a fair few notches. He's in the top 10 right now. He'd have to do a bit more. We still have 1/3 of the race left. That's 5 laps remaining. Still enough time for anyone to move up, although it will be interesting to see the role that Bala Prasad plays here, the role Meera.
11 laps gone. Vishnu Prasad has got what is the fastest lap, the previous one among the others, but overall the fastest lap time still belongs to Erda, who clocked a 1 minute 17.747 earlier.
Tremendous from Meera. Started at P1, did fight for that lead for a while with Vishnu, but in the end Vishnu, the season captain, gone through, and it seems, if I'm correct, Diljit TS has now moved up to second. He's overtaken Bala Prasad. We'll get that confirmation in a minute, and yes, it does seem Diljit TS has moved up to third now, and he will now put a lot of pressure on Meera Ereda. He's trying to catch up with Vishnu Prasad. Remember, has to finish in top 2 for this competition to still be alive, going into the final race of the season now. This is nail-biting stuff. Diljit TS himself, the former champion, a national champion, and someone who knows what needs to be done when it needs to be done. And Meera Ereda, the young girl, she's got enough to deal with already.
Oh, she's done well. She's held her own on the racetrack as Meera Ereda. Give her credit, she started off on pole position for this race as well. Let's see how this race pans out. 11 laps done. This is the 12th lap that's currently in progress, just about getting over. Vishnu's extended his lead. His lead is almost about a second and a half between the gap between Diljit and Vishnu Prasad. It's about a second and a half. The gap between Meera Ereda's car and Diljit TS's car is half a second. That's the battle.
That's the battle that Diljit TS would want to win. Dark Dawn would want to win for this, to keep the championship alive, as Vishnu now slowly peeling slightly away from Meera Ereda. Meera holding, doing her best to stay ahead of Diljit TS. Mohammad Rohan is in 4th. Bala Prasad has dropped down to 5th. R.A. Singh, remember, started at the back of the grid at P19. He's moved up to 6th now. So that's a very, very well done stuff. And there you go. Diljit TS has done it on that corner. He's overtaken Meera Ereda. He's moved up to 2nd now. But Meera doing what she does best. She's fighting it out as well. She's not letting it go without a fight there.
Oh no, she held her racing line beautifully and regained that 2nd spot in Meera Ereda. This battle isn't done yet. In the 13th lap, there's a huge 8 points at stake for Diljit TS if he finishes 2nd, because 8 points would mean that if Vishnu wins, which does seem likely and seem like the obvious result now, with just now 2 more laps to go, Vishnu will have 10 points from this race with a race win. And if Diljit does not finish 2nd with 8 points, and the gap between them from this race would be 2, overall the gap between them is 7, so the gap would extend to 9 points for Vishnu Prasad, but it will still give an outside chance to Diljit TS for the final race that's coming up later in the afternoon.
And in that corner 1, breaking too hard was Meera Ereda, and so was Diljit TS, but TS came off better, and he's now moved into 2nd as Diljit TS. Meera Ereda did ever so well for 13 odd laps in this race, but that one corner 1, on that occasion with that pressure coming in from Diljit TS. Proved a bit too much. Bala Prasad's car has lost his nose. He's going toe-to-toe and tie to tie with his own teammate in Mohammad Ryan. That's the car loses the nose. That's out of the track now. So, well, and Arya Singh there as well, putting pressure. He's put the fastest lap in the race so far, has Arya Singh. 2 more exciting laps remaining in this race. My word, can he now, with Bala Prasad's car's nose not there, can he now try and move ahead, possibly into 4th, into 5th, as Diljit TS has moved into 2nd. Veera Erda has dropped down with that mistake on that one corner.
As the nose initially damaged, was just hanging on probably by the odd screw, and that came off as the car went over the curve. And luckily for everyone, just slides off the racetrack, doesn't cause any kind of problems to an oncoming car, and therefore does not become a safety issue. So I think that was a fortunate outcome of that incident.
Bala Prasad is not letting go. He's overtaken Mohammad Ryan. He's moved into 3rd now, as Bala Prasad with Mohammad Ryan coming in 4th. There's a battle going on between teammates there for the 3rd and the 4th. Everybody likes the podium. And there you see Arya Singh coming in 5th. This is tremendous from Arya Singh, starting right at the back of the grid, starting at P19 to be in the top 5. While Vishnu Prasad has peeled away. That's the battle we've got. And now this is the final lap, Ravan. Can he do it? And then we got Tijil Rao battling with Vishnu Prasad, with Raghu Rangasamy, I beg your pardon, in 6th and 7th. There's another battle going on, individual battles across the racetrack. Now that's the end of the race for Bashir, one of the Avalanche racing cars, and it will be Vishnu Prasad who will take the checkered flag, and Diljit TS comes in 2nd. We'll do the math in a moment to see if he has actually kept the championship alive. Bala Prasad comes in 3rd. Mohammad Ryan will come in 4th. And Arya Singh, a tremendous race, coming in 5th to be among points. Ragul will come in 6th, and we'll have Tijil Rao come in 7th. It's a great result for Vishnu Prasad.
Oh yes, it couldn't have been better for Vishnu Prasad. He's been a former national champion, knows what it takes to pull out a big performance on a big day. But credit to Diljit TS, especially when the way he fought back with the safety car when it came out, the pack bunched up on the racetrack. He managed to find a way past Veera Erda as well. Managed to stave off the challenge from the other M Sport cars to at least finish 2nd, which gives him 8 points from this race. And the gap now between Vishnu Prasad and Diljit TS in the overall driver standings is 9 points. 1 race to go. You can get a maximum of 10 points from that 1 race that remains. So now, well, Diljit TS might statistically have kept his chances alive of maybe challenging Vishnu Prasad, but Vishnu Prasad probably would be thinking he's got one hand on that National Championship Cup.
Absolutely, and a very good result for Vishnu Prasad. He needed this win to, as Raman said, get one hand on the trophy, and he's done that. Former national champion, was a bit hurt when his title was taken away by Sandeep Kumar last season. Sandeep's chances of retaining his title are up in smoke, because he had a 1 point deficit, and he did not finish the race. And Vishnu taking 10 points, that means 11, and that's the end of the championship race for Sandeep Kumar, although he can still play a big part in the Constructors' Championship, accumulating points in the next race. Vishnu Prasad coming in 1st, Diljit TS 2nd, and Bala Prasad 3rd.
And of course, it also ends chances for Amir Saeed in terms of his run at the overall individual championship, because with the DNF today, the gap between him and Vishnu Prasad now extends to 16 points with 1 race to go.
But what a season he's had, the young man, Amir Saeed, coming in from the Novice Cup category to go on, fight with the big boys, be in contention of winning the title as well, although had just ended the hopes of Amir Saeed and Sandeep Kumar. What a race we've had, a terrific win for Vishnu Prasad. Well, it's time for us to take a quick breather, a small commercial break, and we'll be back in a jiffy.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through. To stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wide at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 24th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship, bringing you now the highlights of the LGB Formula 4 race that concluded moments ago. It was a very, very good start for the M Sport team with Meera Erda at P1, Vishnu along with Raghu Rangasamy and Bala Prasad locking up the front two rows, and Meera Erda did ever so well. So she was challenged by the big guns in Vishnu, but she held her own, and it was well, very difficult for the Dark Dawns to get any room, and you can see it was a swarm of yellow leading the pack, and then you had the likes of Diljit TS, Sandeep Kumar and Ashwin Datta along with Amir Saeed chasing down the pack. Raghu Rangasamy, as seasoned campaigner as he is, did ever so well to hold the rest of the pack behind, so that the front two in Vishnu Prasad and Meera Erda could stretch that lead, could go on and peel away from the rest of the crew. It was at point of time these two, with Vishnu leading, Meera second, and then the whole lot of 3-second gap before the rest of the traffic could come. So that unclear track ahead of him gave Vishnu that opportunity to go on and stretch his lead as much as he could. Remember, a win here for Vishnu would put him in good shape, because he has a 1-point advantage over Sandeep Kumar, and this is where that moment where Sandeep Kumar and Amir Saeed's chances of winning the Drivers' Championship went up in flames, because they both collided and their race ended then and there. The safety car was deployed, and once the safety car went into the pits, Ragul doing what he does best, you know, a proper team player there. Ragul had that little moment where he couldn't brake properly, had to go straight through the tyre barrier, and that allowed that little bit of window for the likes of Ashwin Datta, Diljit TS and Tijil Rao to go on there. A moment of an incident between Akshay Kapoor and Abhinav Reddy there. Akshay Kapoor slipping, stalling on the track, and that means another time that the safety car was deployed. Vishnu Prasad was leading, Meera Erda doing so well to stay in second, in fact pushing Vishnu at a point of time, and then Bala Prasad there under immense pressure from Diljit TS, followed by Mohammad Ryan as well. Raghu Rangasamy had dropped a few places because of the moment that he had to go through that tyre barrier. It's a very interesting race. Raghu there in a battle. Such a team man, although being a former champion himself, he knows what needs to be done. Vishnu Prasad, the race leader. Meera Erda coming in second. Now, Meera Erda was under a lot of pressure. This is where Meera Erda was overtaken by Diljit TS, but Meera, the warrior she is, got that lead back, got ahead of Diljit TS. That was the end of the race for Bashir. Vishnu coming through those final corners, through that final corner, in fact, of the track towards that start-finish line, and he knows how important this win is for him in the Drivers' Championship. Diljit TS coming in second. That was a tremendous result for Vishnu. Back live with the prize distribution ceremony. There's Vishnu Prasad, the winner and the championship leader. Bala Prasad coming in second. Diljit TS keeping the fight alive as he finishes second. Gap now between him and Vishnu is 9 points. So mathematically, it's still possible for Diljit to win it, although Vishnu, as you can see, already has one hand on the trophy. And that's of the Drivers' Championship. He's won the race. trophy for the tuner as well for M Sport. And knowing Vishnu, he'll come up with those wins when it's most needed. Seasoned, experienced campaigner, he's been there, he knows what needs to be done to win the championship. So those are your winners: Vishnu Prasad, Diljit TS, Bala Prasad. Joined by Sunny Singh from JK Tyre, COC of the race. He's there as well on the stage. And despite all the rivalry, it's always good to see these drivers after the race, interacting with each other, giving each other high fives and fist bumps. Just pause once more for the photographers.
Done, gentlemen. Thank you.
Diljit TS started at P7 for his second. Arya Singh started at P19 to be amongst points. That was very well done as well. Very quickly now, we'll go to the prize distribution area where we have Raman Bhanot there catching up with your race winners.
Well, this race wasn't short of drama, wasn't short of action, and of course the safety car coming out a couple of times as well. But credit to the way these three podium finishers have raced. Congratulations, Bala. Good result for you, finally managing it on the podium.
Yeah, sure.
Just talk us through the race for you.
Well, I started third and just lost a couple of places in the start itself, and just some trauma happened.
There was a problem with the nose of your car as well. There was that battle that you had with Mohammad Rayan towards the end, which you came through.
Yeah, third place was not decided until the last corner, and yeah, I get it.
Well, in the end, you did that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Diljit TS, the man who's fought adversity, fought through a challenging grid, managing to finish second. And just talk us through your race.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a tough fight between me, Bala, Meera, Rahul, and literally the top 7, so basically the top 6. So I started 7th on the grid, and it wasn't so easy because all these cars are identically like the same power, the same. There might be a little bit of handling changes in each cars, but yeah, I mean, it was really amazing, and me and Rahul had a little bit tussle on the C1, and I thought that was my end of the race, and then somehow I managed to brake really hard, and my car was able to keep up with that, and I really would like to thank my team, Dark Dawn Racing, and the mechanics who worked really hard for it to make it happen.
A disappointment for Sandeep and Amir Saeed. Unfortunately, both of them having that collision. They were in the hunt for the overall Drivers' Championship, with Vishnu leading, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened between Sandeep and Amir because they were behind me. So I thought that there was a point where Sandeep dived in. Then I thought, okay, then I'll let him go. But then I could see that whenever he was right behind me, I was pulling away from him in the corners. So then I thought, okay, maybe not now, maybe after a couple of laps, because even I need to fight for my championships, which is more important for me. And I was fighting for third, and right now I think I'm up there because there's one more thing. I'm starting last in the next race, so I need to have some points.
I was just coming to that. 9 points separate you and Vishnu Prasad in the overall driver standings. 1 race to go, 10 points up for grabs. I said it in commentary. He's got one hand on that trophy. You'd love to take it away somehow.
Which is very difficult. Yeah, I would love to.
Well, go well for that last race. Of course, you're starting last on the grid. That's going to be an added challenge. Vishnu Prasad, before he started the race, I said he has pressure for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Well, you showed us why.
I mean, it was a good race for us. I mean, we knew going into that race for us it's just important to focus on our job, which was to win, because the point situation was so narrow, so tight, and we had like 4 of our cars in the front, which made it a little bit easier as well. So once we went ahead, and I was just focused on going in front and trying to put the laps down, and I think there was a lot of things happening behind me, and luckily it turned out well for us, and one more race to go, and hopefully we can do a good job in that one as well.
You had the best place on the track right up front, so you didn't need to bother about all that was happening behind you. But you built up a sizable lead a couple of times before the safety car came out, and you saw that lead, about 3 or 4 seconds just whittled down to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we had a good lead. Me and Meera drove really well, I think, in the initial part of the race, and we had like a couple of safety car periods, and it was super hard for us to manage the situation. But I think we came away unscathed, and a big thank you to Miko and especially all my teammates as well. There's so much support from all of my teammates. I think they really wanted me to win as well. Like guys like Rahul, Ryan, Bala, Meera, all of these guys like did so much of help and a lot of support with my mechanics, the team manager, Fayaz as well. So. I mean, incredible thanks to them, and I think this wouldn't be possible without these guys. So.
Savor the moment, it's been an important win.
Thank you so much.
That's Vishnu Prasad for you, savoring that moment, of course. That's what we have from the presentation area. It's over to Karthik in the com box.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens and get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wide at heart, JK Tyre, total control.
So welcome back, bringing you highlights of the exciting race we've just had. That was the LGB Formula 4. It's a very good start for Meera Erda, for Vishnu Prasad, in fact for the entire top 4. That was the M Sport breaking there. Bit hard was Bala Prasad. Meera Erda very quickly zoomed ahead and got herself a little bit of lead making, and those 4 M Sport ahead were making it a bit difficult for the 3 Dark Dawns and for Amir Said to get any space to maneuver ahead. The seasoned campaigner that Rahul is did ever so well to make sure that not a single Dark Dawn was allowed to pass. Maintained excellent lines there. Rahul there for a moment was a bit of a problem for Vishwas Vijayaraj, skidding on that corner. Vishnu Prasad had by the time taken the race lead, and it moved into first with Meera Erda dropping down to second. Rahul doing ever so well, keeping the others at bay behind him as the front 2 continued to stretch their lead. There was that incident that made sure that Sandeep Kumar and Amir Said's chances of staying in the championship race went up in flames, in smoke. That was the end for them in this race, and for them in the Drivers' Championship. Safety car came out once it went out. Then you see the car that was Raghu Rangaswamy, who just put the brakes on a little hard, a little late, and that made him go through the tyre rubble. Akshay Kapoor's car there colliding with Abhinav Reddy. Akshay Kapoor was in car number 1, and again the safety car came out for a lap or so. And once the safety car went back out, then there was that battle going on between Vishnu, Meera, Bala Prasad, followed by Diljit TS, Mohammad Ryan as well in car number 45 in the mix of things. And Diljit TS did so well for to be in that, because he was the one who was sandwiched between 4 M Sport, and then it was Fizil Rao who was held back by the Raghu Rangaswamy. Arya Singh as well started at P19, slowly and steadily moved up the pack. And there, for a moment or so, Diljit TS took the lead, overtook Meera Erda, but Meera held off her own and got the lead back. There was that end of the race for Bashir. It's car number 55, the lad from Calicut, Kerala, and Vishnu Prasad there coming through for the final corner to get the race win. A checkered flag for Vishnu Prasad. Diljit TS coming in second. and Bala Prasad coming in third.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tyre, buddy.
JK Smart Tyre, the tyre with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tyre. It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
So welcome back to live coverage of day 2, the final day of the 24 JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. Just before the commercial break, we saw the highlights for the LGV Formula 4 category. Now we'll quickly show you the highlights of the first race that happened today in the Novice Cup category. It was Jaden Parry who started at P1 and Ruhan Alva at P2. It was a very, very good start for Ruhan Alva, not such a good start for Jaden Parry, with Ruhan taking the lead in the first corner, but when he got through towards the second corner, that's what happened. The front right of his car hit the curb and hit it too hard. The tyre just, you can see, could not sustain that, and that allowed Jaden Parry to go on and take the race lead. There was a bit of a collision there on corner 3 as well. One of the Momentum Motorsports cars there. Remember, the championship in this category was already sealed by Ruhan Alva yesterday, but there was still a lot to fight for the second, for the third spot in the championship. Jaden Parry was leading there. You see Ruhan Alva's car damaged, just trying to get it through towards the pits. Naeem Rizvi also involved in the mix of things. That's car number 9. The safety car came out for Ruhan Alva's car to be sent back to the pits to clear the track, and once the safety car went back into the pits, there was racing action once again. Aditya Parsuram had moved up to second by then, moving ahead of Naeem Rizvi. The battle between Chetan Surineni and Gaurav Kocha for the 4th and 5th spot was also interesting throughout the race. There's a battle for 3rd as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned, with Chetan Surineni there, Aditya Parsuram also involved. Like I said, while the championship may have been sealed, there were other spots to fight for. Jaden Parry was very comfortable throughout the race, apart from that first and the second corner of lap 1. Once he got that lead, he looked very comfortable before. And after the race, he spoke to Raman and he said that it was in a very difficult moment after that loss yesterday to Ruhan Alva. It was very tough for him, but he did ever so well to come back, and as Raman said, redemption for the young lad to go on and win the race. He did so well, peeling away from the rest of the pack and taking the checkered flag. Very important race win for him, for his confidence. Aditya Parsuram second, Naeem Rizvi coming in third. Back with live pictures now. We're getting ready for the next race. That will be the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. 10 laps of biking action coming your way very, very shortly. As you can see, one of the bikers coming through. It's very interesting here as well. The championship is yet to be decided in this category. And well. There's been an incident on that final corner. Remember, these are very, very heavy bikes, more than 180 kgs. There's bike number 13, that's one I can see. That is Sudhakar. This is what happened. They were coming through that corner, and from, well, there's a little bit of contact from behind, and then the trailing bike also colliding, and well, that doesn't look very good. 3 of the bikers there. That's bike 13, Sudhakar's bike. Marshals, medical staff very quickly through towards that incident zone. Well, he's back on his feet, all's well. Well, thankfully, there's not too much of damage, although he will be taken for the medical checkup and make sure everything is perfect as it should be. See, it takes 3 guys to get that bike up. That tells you how heavy these bikes are. It's bike number 8 as well there, I think. And that is, yes, that's bike number 8. That's Lokesh. Lokesh's bike there too, along with Anfal Akhtar's bike. Anfal Akhtar, remember, he's been on the podium a few times. Will Anfal be able to get back on the track for the race? That's something that we have to see. This is what happened. Just a little nip from behind, and then the bike that was coming in. Oh my God, look at that. The impact that the driver had. The head, it's the helmet. That's why they say helmet saves lives. Quick work there by obviously the rescue and the staff there working the marshals ever so hard. Right then, we're ready to go towards the pits. In fact, towards the racetrack, where we have Raman Banot bring you something special there.
I'll start talking from behind the two of you, and shoulder to shoulder, get closer, yeah, together, so I shouldn't be seen. Well, they say that motorsport is not short of glamour, and as you can see, there is no dearth of glamour on the racetrack. Thank you so much, girls, for that lovely little introduction. Thank you. Well, we're ready for another race. This is going to be the JK Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race, and overall, you look at the championship and you find that Anish D. Shetty, who starts off on P2, is the one who's leading the overall driver standings. He's pretty much head and shoulders ahead of the rest of the pack. But there is an outside chance for Alvin Xavier to catch up with him. But we have caught up with the man who's really done yeoman service as far as putting together this competition is concerned. With the final race of the season coming up, sir, your experience of being a part of the races here.
Well, I'd like to thank Royal Enfield for giving us this opportunity to build these beautiful bikes. Then it's JK Tyres for hosting us here and holding these races. Those are the first two thank yous to these guys. Then I must say a few things on the bikes. The bikes have performed brilliantly. The performance is the same what was round 1 and is the same today as the last 8th round. The performance is good. The bikes have worked brilliantly. And I'm really happy, and I would say another thank you to my team as well for running these bikes in the sort of condition that they are. I think, and each and every rider gets the best possible bike that he needs under him. So I think all the bikes are equal. You can see it's very difficult to overtake unless you are a better rider.
Absolutely. From running the JK Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, what's the experience been like for the Royal Enfield team per se?
It's been a great experience because, see, the reliability of the bikes, we've not had a single DNF because of mechanical failure. So that says a lot about the bikes and the build and the maintenance of the bikes. So it's unheard of in motorsport that you have 100% track record of reliability, and with the last round and keeping fingers crossed, we should hope we achieve the 100% reliability in all the races.
We've seen some good competition as well unfold all through the 8 races. This is the 8th and the final race of the season. Your thoughts on some of the bikers who've come around, especially from different parts of the country. You've managed to get bikers from Latur, from Surat, from Jammu Kashmir.
Yeah. So the boys have been good, nice to work with. Yes, some of them are a little raw, some of them are experienced. But we worked well with them and gelled well with them, and we've given them the best possible support that we can give them. And I think everybody should be happy, hopefully. I think that's they have to answer whether they are happy with the team that I provided them with.
And with, of course, this season coming to a close with this last race, plans already underway for the next season?
Yes, we are working on a different system next year. Let's see how it goes. Because I want to retain the boys. So we'll probably run a Pro-Am series of 9-10 pros and 9-10 amateurs. And 2 separate race will be held together, but there'll be 2 separate podiums. So we'll be giving a chance to the amateurs to win also. And they'll be mixing it with the pros. So we might see an amateur ahead of some pro as well.
Which is, I'm sure, a dream come true for some of the young guns or rookies who might be making the grid.
Yeah, of course. And we want to promote affordable racing. The main thing is affordable racing. These bikes, out of the box, we spend little over ₹1 lakh to bring them to this spec. Whereas if you go to a pro stock class, we are spending 12 and 13 lakhs to build a bike. So you can see the affordability, and the lap times are nearly the same. So this is really affordable retro racing at best, but it's as quick as normal racing.
I'm sure the bikers couldn't have asked for more. So thank you so much. On behalf of the bikers, we'd like to thank you for the participation.
It's been a pleasure. Really, it's been a pleasure working with these boys.
Thank you so much. Well, of course, we head into the final race of this JK Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. It sees Meka Viduraj start off on pole position. This young biker has done exceedingly well. Especially he's had a good round. Meka, looking forward to doing the maximum in the final race.
Yes. Always wanted to have fun in the race. Let's see what we can do.
Well, go well. Anish Shetty, remember, starts off on P2, and you've got Alvin Xavier on P3. The battle, albeit, is tilted heavily in favour of Anish Shetty as far as the overall championship standings are concerned. If he notches up a race win or finishing second or finishes ahead of Alvin Xavier, he pretty much seals things for the championship. Time's running out for me on the racetrack. It's over to these bikers to showcase their wares.
Thank you, Raman. And now we'll very quickly talk you through the starting grid. It's Meka Viduraj who starts at P1. You got Anish Shetty, the championship leader, at P2. Alvin Xavier, the chaser, at P3. Rajkumar at P4. Anfal Akhtar, who was supposed to be at P5, is, I don't think, there at the moment because of that little incident we had before the start of the race. The 3 bikers that collided at the last corner. He would have been at P5. Sudhir Sudhakar would have been at P6. He's not there as well as the bikers go off for the formation lap. Then you got Pradeep, P7, Bharat Balan at P8, Jayant Pratipati at P9, Rohit Lad will be at P10, followed by Naresh Kaname at P11, Varun at P12, Lokesh at P13. Lokesh may not be part of the race as well because of that incident. You got Varad More at P14, Sandeep Gorai at P15, Harshad Sumra P16, Amar Katkar at P17, Srinidhi will be at P18, while Raivadhar, the lad from Jammu and Kashmir, will be starting at P19 at the back of the grid. So we all think we'll just get that confirmation when the bikers line up again for the start of the race. That will we have three riders missing from the start. That is Anfal Akhdar along with Sudhir Sudhakar, and also bike number 8 of Lokesh, the lad from Bangalore. Remember, they came out to get to their starting positions on the grid. On that final corner, there was an impact from the bike behind, clipping the bike ahead, and both of them collided, fell, and the bike coming in from behind, trailing, then ran into those two, and the three were flat out on the floor. Although the three walked out, so that meant that there's nothing serious as far as damage was concerned, but could spell doom on the end of the race before even it started for those three lads. Very quickly now, as these riders complete the formation lap, we'll get to know if Anfal Akhdar, Lokesh and Sudhir Sudhakar will take part in the race or not. Well, as you can see, it's a slightly delayed start. There'll be an extra formation lap, and by the looks of things, doesn't look like we will have the three starting this formation lap either. Yes, you can see the front three are fine. In the second row, we got bike number 11, and that's of Rajkumar. And then the next two spots are vacant. That means there is no Anfal Akhdar along with Sudhir Sudhakar. So their race ended even before it started. An extra formation lap coming your way. Remember, this is the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, race number 6 of the weekend. We have 2 more races to come, but this is the last race of this category, and we'll know who will be crowned champion very, very shortly. So the battle is on between Anish Damodar Shetty and Alwyn Xavier. It's a tremendous race win for Mika Viduraj yesterday, doing an Anish Shetty on Anish himself at the very final moment. The final corner is when he overtook Anish and got to the checkered flag, and that would have been a relief for Alwyn Xavier, because that only made sure that there was only a 2-point gap between a 2-point increase in the gap that was already there between Anish and Alwyn. So final race that will decide who takes the Bikers Championship home. Joining me now in the commentary box once again after his duties from the racetrack and pit side, it is Raman Bhanot. Welcome back, Raman.
Thanks so much, Karthike. We're heading into what is the final race, of course, of this category. The JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. And what was the highlight in that conversation I was having earlier about the reliability of these bikes, and Mr. Batena from Royal Enfield was just saying that it's been a creditable performance of the bikes. Haven't had a DNF due to mechanical problems on any of the bikes thus far this season, which really is saying something about the reliability of these machines on the racetrack when they're being put through the rigors of racing. So credit to the machines, credit to the crew that's worked behind the scenes to provide a whole lot of enjoyment to the spectators, fans and friends of bikers and racers who've been at the racetrack for these 4 rounds, competing, trying to put their best foot forward. Starting off on pole, remember, is Meka Viduraj. He's notched up a race win in the previous race of round 4. That was the first race on day 1 in this category. And that's the reason why he starts off on pole position. On P2 is Anish Shetty. He finished second yesterday. And on P3 is Alvin Xavier, who finished third. The way the point standings are between the bikers in the overall championship, a 7-point lead for Anish Shetty over Alvin Xavier going into this final race. So if he finishes ahead of Alvin Xavier, it's all over. The lights go off and so do the bikes. It's a good start for Meka Viduraj. He's off the blocks very quickly. He's on bike number 4. Keep an eye out on this young lad. He said, I wanted to have fun at the race weekend. I just wanted to enjoy myself and race hard. And that's probably showing in his approach on the racetrack as well. Off the blocks quickly and leading the race at the moment. Remember, when you look at the grid here, you've got a total of 19 bikes on the track. As far as the overall standings are concerned, there was Raj Kumar on P4, Anfal Akhtar was on P5, and Sudhir Sudhakar was on P6. So let's see how those positions change as the race progresses. Still it's Meka who's leading. In fact, Alvin Xavier has moved into second place as we just caught a glimpse of bike number 10 go by ahead of Anish Damodar Shetty, who's on bike number 17. He's been pushed back to third. So this is going to be interesting. Now, Anish Damodar Shetty just needs to ensure that he finishes, even if he finishes behind Alvin Xavier, doesn't finish too far behind him. And that would be enough for him to see the overall Drivers' Championship as well. There's a 7-point difference. It means that either Alvin Xavier wins this, or at least there's a big difference in terms of positions between Alvin Xavier and Anish Damodar Shetty of at least about 6 or 7 positions.
Well, it has to be that or nothing at all, because even if he finishes in the top 5, does Alvin Xavier, he gets the championship. So it's not entirely in Alvin Xavier's hand. Even if he gets to the checkered flag first, his fate, his destiny now depends on how Anish Damodar Shetty goes on. And now there's the battle between the two going on already, between Alvin and Anish. Anish in bike number 17, while we have Meka Viduraj, who got the race win yesterday, comfortably leading at the moment. Got bike number 6 of Bharat Balan there as well. The leaders have peeled away from the rest of the pack. Unfortunate for Anfal Akhtar, along with Lokesh and Sudhir Sudhakar, to not be part of the race because of that incident they had even before the race started. But Meka Viduraj has come of age as the season has progressed. He's got some good results as well and got a race win yesterday. Doing well is Raj Kumar, who stays in 4th, but Meka Viduraj continues to lead, and there's pressure on Alvin Xavier coming in from Anish Shetty, as that's the least we can expect.
Remember, these bikes are pretty much, in terms of engine, the same that you'd get on the onboard from the GT Twin series, the GT Twin 650 series. Not much difference there. It's just that the exhaust strips see minor modification to ensure that they get adequate clearance from the racetrack, especially when the bikes are tilting and turning, swaying the racetrack. So minor adjustments have been made to the exhaust. Also, that's ensured that the bikes are lighter by about 15 to 20 kgs. So this bike weighs over 180 kgs still, despite those adjustments to the exhaust system. But it's a challenge for these bikers to maintain and control them. And of course, credit to Mr. Aspi Batena and his brother Sherry Batena, who've really done well as far as tweaking things and ensuring that the bike is ready for racing in these conditions.
I'm talking about that incident that happened before the start of the race when the 3 bikers collided. It took at least 3 to 4 marshals each to get them to lift the bike and get it off the track, or get it just pushing. So that tells you that it's not a joke. They're not light by any stretch of imagination. And even with those 3-4 marshals, there were times that they were struggling.
So that just gives you an idea of how difficult it is for these bikers and what a test it is for their strength and endurance, apart from their biking ability and their ability to race. it's also a test of their strength. And no wonders at the end of each 10-lap race you find the riders absolutely sweating profusely and at times quite exhausted from the 10 laps of exertion on this bike. For the moment though, the race leader is still Meka Veduraj. Running second is Alwyn Xavier. And third is the championship leader at the moment, which is Anish Damodar Shetty. And then of course on fourth is Rajkumar, who's a biker from Coimbatore, the local lad.
Followed by Bharat Balan, bike number 6. But Raman, we saw this throughout the season. Did not get good starts, did Anish. But very quickly, by the end of lap 1 or lap 2 at max, he'd go on and get the race lead. Doesn't seem to be pushing too hard right now because he knows all he needs to do is just stay where he is and he will get his hands on the trophy. And you can see him just very calmly following Alwyn Xavier. He knows even if Alwyn wins and he comes in third, he still wins the Bikers Championship. Doesn't need to do anything silly, maybe trying to get up and try and get a race win, slip, make an error, and with that, you know, goes his chances of winning the championship. So I think it's very sensible coming in from Anish Shetty. To win some, you have to lose some, and to win the championship, he has to make sure that he gets at least 4 points, and being a third will give him enough.
I think that's what he was mentioning on the podium yesterday as well, when I asked him whether he would have liked to push a little harder towards the end for the top spot. You remember, finished second behind Meka Veduraj, and he said, I had the bigger picture in mind. And talking about the bigger picture, Alwyn Xavier, I think, has overtaken Meka Veduraj. So it's Alwyn Xavier in the race lead now. Meka Veduraj is second, and running third is Anish Damodar Shetty. So Alwyn Xavier is doing all that he can to try and get maximum points out of this race.
Well, as we said, it's not up to him. It will depend on where Anish Shetty finishes for him to clinch the Bikers Championship. But at the moment, he's done well. He's in the race lead. He's at least doing his part. He's doing what he has to do, is to get to the checkered flag first, and then the rest will follow now. Meka Veduraj, bike number 4, is in second, closely followed by Anish Damodar Shetty, while your race leader is Alwyn Xavier. These three have been very, very good, consistently good throughout the season. The field away from the rest of the lot, and then you've got the likes of Rajkumar and Bharat Balan following the leaders, and then there is the other pack. See, bike number 8. That's Bharat's bike number 6. Beg your pardon, who is coming in. Anish just has a look back, and he wants to make sure that he doesn't fall back, and he's not under pressure to see that maybe there's another bike, and if he falls further back in the pack, and then it could be a bit of a problem for him. But at the moment he's third, and that'll do for him. That will do.
Absolutely, because even if Alwyn Xavier wins this and gets 10 points, if he finishes third, Anish Damodar Shetty gets 6 points, and the gap between those two is at the moment 7 points. So even if there's a 4-point difference in this race and where they finish, Anish Shetty will still win the overall championship with a difference of 3 points.
Absolutely, and I think he knows that. He's well aware. But now he makes his move on the inside, overtakes Meka Veduraj and gets into second position now. And we've seen this, despite even not putting so much effort, he's just gliding through. He's moved up to second, and now all the pressure is on Alwyn Xavier to make sure he at least does his part and wins the race. And now we got Rajkumar also catching up with the front three. That's bike number 11, you can see in the background, keenly watching as the race progresses. Some of the fans and family members here present at the Kari Motor Speedway. And well, before I even spoke, he's already taken the lead as Anish Damodar Shetty, so he's not relying on a gap of a point difference or any mathematical assistance from anywhere. He's like, I'm going to go and win this race, make sure that the name on the trophy is mine.
Oh well, he's got the caliber, he's got the capability to do it, and he's showing us why he's such a highly rated biker. Although Alwyn Xavier makes a comeback, takes the inside line and regains the race lead, but can he hold on to it? That's the big question. Alwyn Xavier is back in the lead. Anish Damodar Shetty is second. Mika Viduraj is third. Rajkumar is running fourth at the moment. Very distant fifth. I thought could spot a right there as well in the mid-pack as well.
So these are the four who together, anything can happen because there is pressure. There's not much difference between, although it is Alvin Xavier who's leading very closely, followed by Anish. Then you got Mika Viduraj, the race winner from yesterday. His race win meant that there's still an opportunity for Alvin to go on and try and get the championship, because had Anish finished first and Alvin finished third, then that gap would have been even more, 9, and possibly, would have been curtains. Not mathematically though, but if you think about it logically and practically, that would have been curtains. But you never know. The uncertainty of sport is such that till it's over, it's not over.
Remember, 2.3 kilometers per lap. That's the length of the circuit. That's the length of each lap on this circuit at the Kari Motor Speedway in Coimbatore. And they're doing 10 laps on this circuit. So it effectively translates into 23 kilometers. Riding this beast that weighs 150 kgs plus. Then fighting off competitors as they head into the final lap of the race. 9 laps gone. This is the 10th and final lap. Are we going to see a challenge from Alvin Xavier? Can he hold off that challenge from Anish Damodar Shetty?
Well, as you said, Raman, they are doing 23 kilometers at such high speed, and the weight of the bike is such that the margin of error, there's no room for error. Slightest of mistake and that could spell doom. That could mean that that's the end of your race. Here, Anish doing what he has to do to get the championship. Very well done there by Anish Shetty, although he still has a few corners to go by to get to the checkered flag to make sure he gets his hands on that trophy. Alvin Xavier doing what he had to do. In the meantime, Mika Viduraj has now moved up to second. He's overtaken Anish Damodar Shetty again. That inside line has been exposed. That's where the Alvin Xavier overtook Anish, and now it's Mika who's exploited that corner and that little bit of an error from Anish Damodar Shetty.
And I dare say Mika Viduraj is going to push Alvin Xavier in the final few meters of this race. Can he get past Alvin Xavier? That's the big question. Alvin's got a lead of about half a second going into the final straight.
Well, he did that yesterday, but that did not happen this time round, and it is Alvin Xavier who take the checkered flag. Mika Viduraj coming in second, and Anish coming in third.
And the biggest celebration was that of Anish Shetty. You can see him just folding his hands to pray. He was pumping his fists as he crossed the finish line. It wasn't because he finished third, it was because he knows he sealed the championship. As he comes around now to congratulate Alvin Xavier. Alvin's notched up a race win. Mika Viduraj is second. Anish Damodar Shetty is third in this race. But it doesn't matter in the overall scheme of things because he is the champion of the first ever JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental JK Cup.
That's your champion, Anish Damodar Shetty. As Raman said, despite he finished third in the race, he has gone on to clinch the Bikers Championship. And that's because, you see the background doing a bit of wheelie. There was Anish carrying the bike there and lifting the front wheel. It's great to see the camaraderie, great to see the friendship between these two. After every race, we see that there are high fives, there are pat on the back, there are fist bumps as well, and that tells you that that they all enjoyed this inaugural season, and it is Anish who is your champion for the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup.
Oh, look at them! They're all posing for the shutterbugs there, burning some rubber. Yes, of course. Go for it. That's what Alvin Xavier did. Just leaving his mark on the racetrack, saying, I wrapped up the season with a race win.
Was kind of a guard of honor as well, allowing Anish to go on ahead first, and then doing that, all those marks, and you can see him delighted with the season, the way the season has gone for him, and he's enjoying it, and I think he'll remember this moment for a very, very long time. Credit to Alvin Xavier as well, because he pushed him till the very end. He made sure that the fight for the championship was still alive till the very last moment. Doing the wheelies, celebrating in style.
Well, these are moments to cherish, moments to remember. He's worked very hard for this championship win as Anish Damodar Shetty. In the end, that final race didn't see him win the race per se, but He'd done all the hard work in the first 3 rounds. He could sit back, not take those risks in the final round. He knew that just podium finishes alone in both races in this final round would be enough to take him through. A second place finish yesterday, a third place finish today in the final race of the season. Yes, he locks the championship in his name.
Congratulations to Anish Damodar Shetty, and good effort, well done, well played to Alvin Xavier and Mika Viduraj as well. Hadn't it been for these two, we wouldn't have seen the best of Anish come out, because he was challenged till the very end. The competition in the top 3 was so tight that it was decided at the very last moment, very last race. Terrific, a great advertisement for bike racing, motorsports here in India, and considering that it's retro racing and not even superbike racing, and we get such thrilling races and thrilling season, that too in the inaugural season. I think it's something to look forward to. Going through the mandatory weighbridge there, and that is your champion of the season, Anish Damodar Shetty. Well done, and he's enjoying this moment, and he should absolutely go on and have a ball now. Alvin Xavier being congratulated for coming in second, and again burning some rubber, leaving his mark, saying the champion was here. That's what you call a perfect circle.
Anish Shetty, you've completed the circle here. Well done.
I couldn't do that with a geometry box. It's very well done, Anish.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wide at heart, JK Tyre, total control.
Welcome back. We've had the championship decided in the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, bringing you the highlights of this thrilling race that's just concluded a few moments ago. It was a very good start for Mika Viduraj, who started at P1. Anish Shetty started at P2. Then we had Alvin Xavier, who was the challenger, starting at P3. Rajkumar was at P4. Anfal Akhtar and Sudhir Sudhakar, along with Lokesh, were involved in a little incident before the start of the race, so they could not take part as the championship deciding race started here at the Kari Motor Speedway. Mika Viduraj, a race winner from yesterday, a good start. Alvin Xavier also in the mix of things, he was second. In fact, it's been these three have been ever so consistent throughout this season that it was difficult to pick a winner, although in the end Anish Shetty had done enough in the first 3 rounds to make sure that 2 podium finishes in the last round would be enough for him to seal the championship. Mika Viduraj, starting off slowly in the season, came became his own self as the season progressed. The leads were exchanged, the race lead. At times it was Mika, at times it was Anish, at times, as you can see right now, it is Alvin Xavier who was leading there. Alvin now losing the race lead to Anish Shetty, closely followed. And then again, Alvin Xavier in that very same corner on the inside line, taking that away on the final corner to take the race lead, followed by Anish Shetty, Mika Viruduraj also. These three peeled away from the rest of the pack. For a moment, it looked like Rajkumar had caught up with the front three, but then wasn't for very long that he could manage to stay with these three. Then we had Mika Viruduraj overtaking Anish on that very corner. And there he was, putting pressure on Alvin Xavier, but Alvin did enough to go on and take the checkered flag, take the race win. But the celebrations came in from the man who finished third to take and seal the championship in the inaugural season of the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Your champion on your screen, Anish Damodar Shetty. Time for the prize distribution ceremony for the race. One is getting richer by 30 grand, another one by 20 grand, another one by 10 grand, along with the trophy that they will get. Might not be the race winner, but that's enough for him to go on and take the championship. That is Anish Shetty coming in third, followed by Mika Viruduraj, who comes in second. Got the race win yesterday, did Mika Viruduraj. He's just come alive in this final round, and that only bodes well for the future in this category in the next season, the upcoming season. And that is your race winner, finishing second in the Bikers Championship, Alvin Xavier.
Gentlemen, raise your trophies, pick your trophies up, and raise them up in the air.
Got a small trophy right now, but he'll be eyeing the bigger one later tonight when he gets the Bikers Championship. Well, Anish Damodar Shetty. 10,000 rupees for Anish, who comes in as second runner-up, finishing third in this race. 20,000 for Mika Viruduraj, who comes in second. That's the first runner-up. And richer by 30,000 rupees, the winner, Alvin Xavier. What a fantastic inaugural season we've had in this category. Beauty and Beast combined together in one machine. Hold on there for a moment for the photographers. So your winners, Alvin Xavier, Mika Viruduraj and Anish Damodar Shetty.
Right guys, time for a quick conversation. As the season wraps up, I'm going to come back to Anish in just a bit, but I'm going to start this little interaction. We start with Mika Viruduraj. Mika, it's been a good race weekend for you. Happy with that second place finish? You had a battle going on for quite a part of the race.
I didn't know that it was a 9-lap race because I didn't see any board saying that it was a 9-lap race. So I had a strategy in my mind where I could do few overtakes and last couple of laps, which came different now. So okay, happy with the second place, but still Anish and Anfal rode really well. Thanks to them, and I'm happy for today.
Let's have a quick chat with Alvin Xavier. Alvin, a race win to cherish to wrap up the season?
Yeah, finally, last race of the season win. So it was a good race. I followed Mega for quite a few laps. Then I overtook him in Mickey Mouse. Then I was conserving the brakes because I had an issue with the brakes in last race. So I was braking very early for 8 laps, I guess. Then after 8 lap, when I saw last lap code, I pushed like hell. Then
and said, this is it, it's now or never.
Yeah, now or never. I went all out, that's it.
Well done. I really loved the celebration when Anfal Akhtar came over and your city mate just hugged you and said, okay, well done, buddy.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad for him, but okay, he will come back stronger next year. Yeah, he will win more podiums, more championships for next year. Anyway, he's in second runner-up as a championship.
Right, absolutely. Congratulations on a great run overall through the season, and thanks for providing all the competition and excitement in the races that we've had so far and wrapping the season up with a win.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
And now it's time to chat with the man who's finished third in the race today. But of course, that's because he was playing it safe. We knew the championship was on the line. Congratulations. The champion of the JK Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, Anish Damodar Shetty.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful season. Special thanks to Royal Enfield for coming up with a new cup. Bringing in back retro racing, it's a good opportunity for us to showcase our talents, and big thanks to JK for hosting the event. We look forward to more bike events being organized by JK. And coming to the championship, throughout the season, technically I got 6 out of 6 wins, so I pretty much proved what I'm capable of. So last 2 races was just to take it safe and get home the championship, and it worked as we planned. So thanks to everyone. Cheers.
Yes, you did all the hard work in the first 3 rounds. Of course, there was that one win that got taken away due to the overtaking on the yellow flag. Nonetheless, the fact that you came into this round with the mentality that you'd done enough and you had to play safe and at least get a podium, not just go out there and all out and try and win?
Not really, because the first few races I already had shown the pace, and even in the qualifying I set a 16th, which I think I'm the only one in the grid to be clocking. So pretty much the space and this thing, so it was just to get the bike to the finish line. And I've heard a few senior racers telling, win the race slowest you can. So that's what I did now.
Congratulations, savor the moment, and of course later on this evening savor holding that championship trophy as well.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Cheers.
Anish Damodar Shetty there for you. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all that we have from the presentation area. It's back to the commentary box.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tyre, buddy.
JK Smart Tyre, the tyre with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tyre. It's time to break free. Break away from the routine to the greens and get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop, start again, go forward, and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80 for the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
Well then, welcome back to the coverage of the 24 JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. We've had 3 thrilling races today, but it's time to bring you a little bit of a recap of what happened in round 3. It was a very, very wet weekend. That one in Coimbatore at the Chettipalam Kari Motor Speedway. We started off here with the LGB Formula 4 category. We had 3 races on Saturday on that weekend, although because of all the rain, only 2 were possible, and the one in the GT Royal Enfield GT Continental Cup was postponed to Sunday. Arya Singh, Sandeep Kumar, Diljit TS, all 3 Dark Dawns were leading. It was a very, very good start for Arya. You look at those wet conditions, making it very, very difficult for the drivers behind. As long as you're leading the pack, you're comfortable. But there's a lot of spray that comes from the tyres from the ones who are following. But Diljit TS and Sandeep Kumar did a very, very good job. Generally, on a dry track, it's about 1 minute 17 seconds, the lap time. But with the conditions here, it's about 1 minute 24 seconds. So that tells you about 7 minutes, close to 7 seconds, the difference of a light lap time under wet conditions and in proper dry usual conditions at the Kari Motor Speedway. Remember, these are the highlights from round 3, day 1, the first race in the LGB Formula 4 category. Was a very good start, a very good weekend that proved out to be for the Dark Dawn team. Arya Singh was still leading, Diljit TS was second, Sandeep Kumar third. That was the end of the race for Tijul Rao there, car number 3, you saw momentarily. There's a bit of pressure coming in from Raghu Rangasamy, a former champion in car number 99, as he tried to catch up with the race leaders, and eventually he did manage to overtake one of the Dark Dawns and move into the 3rd position at the fag end of the race. There you see the battle now for 2nd and 3rd was between Diljit TS and Raghu. There, that battle I'm talking about, Raghu there then overtakes Diljit TS to move up into 2nd, while Arya Singh continued to lead the race as they got into the final lap of the race, and this is where had another opportunity to go on and get the race win, but Diljit TS there going slightly wide, and Raghu comfortably remaining 2nd in this race. Did turn out to be a rather eventful race with all the rain and all the wetness around, all the water, but Arya Singh took the checkered flag. Raghu Rangasamy came in 2nd, and Diljit, in fact Ashwin Datta came in 3rd, with Diljit TS making a slight error in the final lap. Now we move on to the 2nd race of that weekend. That was the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. It is a vet race. We had Ruhan Alva starting at P1, teammate Jaden Parry at P2, Naim Rizvi, Aman Nagdev behind them. And then there were the likes of Aditya Parsuram, in fact, who started way back in the final row, did ever so well to be in the race as far as the 1st and the 2nd and the 3rd is concerned in the Drivers' Championship. This being the novice category, obviously we started behind the safety car. The first couple of laps were behind the safety car. Once that car went out, that's when the drivers could go on and get into racing action. Just try and get used to how things work out on a wet track. You can see all the sprinkle of water that's on the track, spray from behind. There you see that makes it very difficult for the ones who are following. Ruhan Alva, race leader, followed by Jaden Parry there in 2nd, Naim Rizvi 3rd, Aman Nagdev, Adit Parash and Gaurav Kochar were also involved. There you see the next 3. Well, the good news was that weekend that while Saturday, the first half, it rained very heavily. The second half, the rain started to ease out, the sun started to come out, and that made things a lot better for these young Novice Cup drivers to go on and deal with. Ruhan Alva, you can see there was still a lot of water on that racetrack, and you have to be cautious. Beautiful shot with the sun coming out, slowly and steadily peeping out. As Ruhan Alva gets past the back marker without much trouble. And as the races progressed, the track started to dry up a bit. There was a bit of a hold-up as well that weekend because of some puddles on the racetrack. But the marshals and the track officials did a tremendous job for us to have any racing action, considering the amount of downpour we had all through Saturday, in fact even on Friday. It's a bit of an error there from Jaden Tarrier, just couldn't brake on time and then going through the tyre barrier, rejoining the race there. But Ruhan Alva had no such issues. Just gliding through that racetrack, and I think there was that little incident with one of the Momentum Motorsport cars. Jaden Tarrier following his teammate Ruhan Alva down that straight at the end of lap number 8. That's when the safety car should have come out, but by the time it could, you could see there, that was Rohit Khanna with his hand gesture saying slow down boys, and one of the rescue crew team as well. And then the safety car just guided the boys straight through towards the final finishing touchline. So that would mean Ruhan Alva would go on to win the race. Jaden Tarrier would come in second, and Gaurav Kochar would settle for third position. Well, the rain had stopped by then during the prize distribution ceremony, but it had already done the damage for the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race to be postponed to Sunday.
Finally, tires that keep up with you. JK Tyre, total control.
Of the day, we had the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. These are the highlights of round 3. It's a very good start for Anish Damodar Shetty there. With what a difference a Saturday and a Sunday could be. Saturday it was belting down with so much water, and a sea on a Sunday, bright sunshine here in Coimbatore. It was a very good start, as I said, for Anish. This is followed by Anfal Akhdar in bike number 5. You had family and friend keenly watching, at the likes of Sunny Singh, the COC, keeping a hawk eye view of everything that's happening there on the racetrack. A bird's eye view of the Kari Motor Speedway, as beautiful as it can get, with Anish taking the checkered flag. He enjoyed that, didn't he? And you see, he enjoys it. And he had Anfal Akhdar there in second position. Now we got into the JK Tyre Novice Cup highlights. It was a no-go for one of the Momentum team. The blue car that you saw, Ruhan Alva, started at P1. The battle has always been between Ruhan Alva and Jaden Tarrier. On that occasion, it was Jaden who started, and he was leading, followed by Ruhan Alva, and then the third yellow of Naeem Rizvi. We saw car number 70, Aman Nagdev. They're having a bit of issue. These young boys did ever so well on Saturday in wet conditions to have a very, very good race, and they were delighted to have a Sunday with sun and no rain. And there was that problem with Gaurav Kochar and Adit Parashar, I believe. Yes, was that incident colliding and proving to be the end of the race for them. In the between, we show you shots of the garages at the pit. Because of that incident, the safety car was deployed, and very quickly we had the rescue team also had in action. The race ended behind the safety car with Ruhan Alva taking the checkered flag. Jaden Parrott coming in second, and the winners joined by Hari Singh, Chief of Safety and Security here, and also multiple time national rallying champion. Then on to the next race, and that's on day 2 of round 3. This is the LGB Formula 4 category. Amir Saeed there, who started at pole, did a very good job, had a very, very good start, and considering him being so young, making his debut in this category, was put under pressure with the likes of Vishnu Prasad, Naeem Rizvi, the Dark Dawns and the M Sport. He held on to his own. In fact, beg your pardon, not Naeem Rizvi, but Mohammad Ryan in car number 45 there. Just to have a youngster who notched up 12 wins out of 12 in the Novice Cup category last season to step up to the LGB Formula 4 and make sure that he's counted for. It's not just here to fill the numbers. Very confident young man, very humble, and there is Sandeep Kumar, followed by Diljit TS, Mohammad Ryan, and look at the gap that he's built up. That's your race leader, followed by one of the M Sport, I think if I'm correct, that's Vishnu Prasad, and then there's a huge gap between the rest who are following in very quickly. That's the control room. It's where nothing goes amiss. Was that incident? That was Raghu Rangasami's car getting into the tires as the race came to an end, and the first race win for young Amir Saeed. A proud moment for him. The entire Ahura team was there. Vishnu Prasad came in second, Diljit TS settling for third. As we come to the second race of this category, the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Remember, this is the highlights from round 2, second day action. Anish Damodar Shetty won the race, but this time it was a very, very decent start for Bharat Balan, bike number 6, but just could not hold on, could not sustain a challenge later on. Anfal Akhdar there, bike number 5, got on and made the difference. He was very quickly followed by Mika Viduraj, bike number 4, and you have to expect Anish Damodar Shetty and Alvin Xavier to be there in the top. Very quickly moving up the pack was Alvin Xavier and Anish. Anfal Akhdar was put under immense pressure from these two. Anfal in fact dropped down to second, and Alvin Xavier moved up to the top of the pack. Anish was third at that point. Remember, this is only the 4th lap, it's a 10-lap race, and Alvin Xavier very quickly, comfortably getting onto that race lead. Anfal Akhdar was between the two who were fighting it out in every race at the top of the pack, and it was go time. Pressure on Alvin Xavier from Anish Damodar Shetty. This is the final lap. That's the last lap, and this is where he made his move there, Anish Damodar Shetty, on that turn, taking the race lead when it mattered the most. It doesn't matter where you are at the entirety of the race. It matters who takes the checkered flag. There was that bit of contact as well, but it was Anish Damodar Shetty who took the checkered flag in that photo finish. Anfal coming in third, with Alvin Xavier settling for second spot. The race winners, Anish, Alvin and Anfal. Continuing with the highlights from round 3. This is the Novice Cup category. Slip, that's it. And in the meantime, there was Jaden Parrott and Ruhan Alva very, very quickly reclaimed what they call a race lead. Very seldom does he relinquish that. There was that contact between Jaden Parriott and Ruan Alva that cost Jaden a second place finish. He turned, slipped, and look at him. He's absolutely livid with himself because of that as he finishes third, while Deep Brasher, if I'm correct, goes on to get the second spot in that race. In fact, yes, it was Adit Brasher, car number 63. Then on to the LGB Formula 4 category. With every passing race, it gets more intense. It gets as close as it could be. A very good start for Sandeep Kumar there. In fact, great pressure from young Amir Saeed, who's in the mix of things. He's in top 3 right now. But can he hold on to that challenge from the big boys, the likes of Diljit TS, the likes of Arya Singh, who had a race win on Saturday under wet conditions. Vishnu Prasad, former national champion, Sandeep Kumar, defending champion. Then he had Raghu Rangasamy as well. So multiple champions on that racetrack. But Amir Saeed made sure that he was there not just to fill up the numbers, but to give these big boys a run for their money. That was the end of the race for one of the Ahuras, if I'm correct. It was car number 42 of Suroj Taria. Safety car came out. It was deployed to make sure that all the things are done properly. And then when the safety car went out, proper racing action went underway again, and you had the Dark Dawns dominating there. You can see Arya Singh, Sandeep Kumar, the two in the front, followed by another Dark Dawn, and then you had Amir Saeed in the red car, one of the Ahura racing cars coming in. Safety car again deployed. We had that throughout round 3. Obviously partly because of wet conditions that we had on Saturday. Once again, Diljit TS there, car number 44. He was there in the mix, coming in third at that point of time. Arya Singh was your race leader, car number 10, as you see on your screen, followed by Sandeep Kumar, Diljit TS, and then you had Amir Saeed, the young lad, although did make an error and fell down the order, allowing one of the M Sport to come up. But it was Arya Singh, and in fact it was a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 at the podium at the end of this race. Arya Singh.
To break free. Break away from the routine to the greens and get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop, start again, go forth, and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80 for the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
Right then, welcome back to the coverage of the 24th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. We've just shown you the highlights of round 3. Now, we had a couple of races yesterday. That is Saturday, round 4. It all started off with the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, a championship where Anish Shetty was leading Alwyn Xavier by 5 points before the start of the 4th and final round, and all went down to the final race. Mika Viduraj there had a good start, started at P1. He is there as your race leader, closely followed by Anish Shetty, and then you had Alwyn Xavier and Anfal Akhtar. These four have always been there in the mix of things as far as the front runners are concerned. At the moment though, it was Mika Viduraj leading. And, in the inaugural edition of this category, we had such happy memories, and we had thrilling races throughout. Alwyn Xavier there went slightly wide. That could prove dangerous, but does well to keep his control and get back onto the racetrack. Alwyn Xavier drops down to 4th though, and that allows Anish to take the race lead. Mika Viduraj drops down to 2nd, Anfal Akhtar, who's put in the fastest lap there, 1 minute 18.163 seconds, moves up to third. But Alvin Xavier is almost about to catch up with him. But Anish Damodar Shetty, he is the one to catch up to. He's the race leader now, although credit to Mika Viduraj for not letting him out of his sight. Mika Viduraj continues to chase him down as we enter lap number 9. Remember, it's a 10-lap race in this category. The JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. And in the final lap, we've seen it quite a few times that Anish Damodar Shetty stealing the lead away from Alvin Xavier. But this time, well, you know, you win some, you lose some. And this time it was Mika Viduraj who did a Anish over Anish and took the lead from him at the very final corner and then went on to take the checkered flag. Terrific from Mika Viduraj to go on and win the race. Anish Shetty had to settle for second, while Alvin Xavier came in third. It was a photo finish of the first race on Saturday, that's yesterday. A moment to cherish for Mika Viduraj. Right then, on to the Novice Cup category. It is Ruhan Alva starting at P1, Jaden Parrott at P2, Naim Rizvi at P3. A thumbs up as you go along. Once the formation lap was done. All he needed to do was win this race and he would seal the championship with Ruhan Alva. And considering the fact that he started at P1, was not going to be much of a doubt for him to go on and do that. Although Jaden Parrott had other ideas. He wanted to make sure that he goes on and fights him till the very end. Incident early on in the race, allowing the safety car to come out. Safety car deployed, all the cars following the safety car. Once the safety car went out, great tactic by Ruhan Alva to stall, almost stall and slow everyone down before shooting off, creating that bit of a space between himself and the one coming in next. That was Jaden Parrott, Naim Rizvi there, car number 9, Aditya Parsuram following him in 4th, Chetan Suruneni and Aman Nagdev in 5th and 6th. But the first two, front two in Ruhan and Jaden had peeled away from the others, from the rest of the crew. The battle was on there when Jaden took the lead, but did not last very long. In fact, in a couple of corners, it was Ruhan Alva who was leading the race. But Jaden Parrott, he's a young lad who does not like giving up. He went after Ruhan Alva to make sure, give himself a chance of victory. There was that little contact. Smoke coming out as they both brake hard on that corner 1 and come through towards the penultimate lap. Ruhan Alva there very closely, just keeping the lead, managing to hold on to it. We're in lap number 9 at the moment, and you see how the front two have peeled away from the rest of the crew. On to the final lap, coming into that corner once again, and this is where they had that little trouble in the previous lap as well, and this time again also. But coming off worse was Jaden Parrott, airborne for a while and then back onto the track. Luckily for him, his race did not end there. He could join the pack, but the damage was done as Ruhan Alva had moved away. The beneficiary of that was Naim Rizvi as he moved up to 2nd, and Aditya Parsuram moved up to 3rd. Coming through that final corner of the race, Ruhan Alva taking the checkered flag. Ruhan Alva, Naim Rizvi and Aditya Parashar, your race winners, joined by the legendary, the man himself, Gaurav Gill, on the stage. Now we go on to the second race. In fact, highlights from day 4 are continuing from day 1, and this is the third race in the LGB Formula 4 category, third of the day. Poor start from Mohammad Ryan, just stalled, never got going. Good start for Amir Saeed though, the young lad from Kottayam, Kerala of Ahura Racing. He used to be in the M Sport team till the last season when he was in the Novice Cup category. Moved over to Ahura Racing. He's done them proud, hasn't he? Notching up a race win earlier as well. And here he's being chased down by Diljit TS, Ashwin Datta. That's when there was a bit of a braking issue, just braking too tight and going off the track. But keeping a very, very cool head on his shoulder was Amir Saeed, despite the pressure from Diljit TS, who had just clocked in the fastest lap. This is the control room, who make sure that everything is in order, who make sure that nothing absolutely misses their eye. Sunny Singh and Amit Jingle saw them for a moment there. Remember, it's a 15-lap race, and Amir Saeed did ever so well from start to finish, and you can see him celebrate already. Taking the checkered flag. Diljit TS settling for second, and Ashwin Datta had to settle for the third spot. What a win for young Amir Saeed.
Finally, tires that keep up with you. JK Tyre, total control.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive. JK Smart Tyre, buddy. JK Smart Tyre, the tyre with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tyre.
Well, remember, this is the final day of race action coming over for this season of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. While we await the two final races of the day, let's also very quickly take a look at what's transpired so far in the season. Let's take a look at race 1 that took place today and see what transpired there. Drivers going through the motions at the moment in the pit lane, which is going to be open for the next set of races that are going to commence here. Remember, we're at the Kari Motor Speedway in Coimbatore. It's bright and sunny. 2 races remain. One of the JK Tyre Novice Cup and the other of the JK Tyre Formula LGV4. This, of course, is going to be the JK Tyre Novice Cup race that's coming up next. It's the final race of the season. We've already seen Ruhan Alba seal the championship yesterday with a race win that handed him the championship. We've had 2 races that have already been held in this category over this race weekend in round 4. One was yesterday, one was of course today in the morning, where Jaden Parriott notched up a race win. Ruhan, unfortunately, his car was damaged, could not complete the race, but he's done enough already to seal the championship, remember, as I was saying earlier. So no real damage done, despite the damage done to Ruhan's car earlier. Otherwise, no damage done to his championship hopes, because he already sealed the title. Now, this is going to be a 12-lap race. Remember, the JK Tyre Novice Cup final race of the season. As we see the cars come out of the pit lane and line up on the starting grid. To quickly confirm what that start grid is going to look like. The important part is that Jaden Parriott registered a race win in the previous race that was held earlier today. A hard-fought race it was. I see the cars line up on the grid now for what will be a 12-lap race. You can see Jaden Parriott, he's on P4. The young lad I was talking to you about from Guwahati, who notched up a race win earlier. Starting off this race on pole position is going to be Adit Parashar. Dylan Zakaria is going to be on P2. Vineet Kumar on P3, Jaden Parriott on P4. There will be Aman Nagdev, who starts off on P5. P6 will see Aditya Parsuram. And then P7 will be Naeem Rizvi. P8 is going to be Ruhan Alva. On P9, Advait Jampa. On P10, Gaurav Kocha is going to be taking his position on the grid there. Gaurav Kocha, of course, has put in a couple of good races this round. Hoping for a better run in this one. Pratna Murugavel is going to be on P11, Chetan Suraneni on P12. Dhruv Goswami starts off on P13. Akash starts off on P14. David Rehan Raveen is going to be on P15. Prabhanj starts off on P16. Rishit Nisar on P17. Kamala Kannan on P18. And in 19th position on the grid will be Akshat Kumaran. And Shivesh Selvaratnam starts off on P20. So 20 cars would be lining up on the grid for this race, and we can see some adjustments happening at the moment in that starting grid as we speak. We've seen some very exciting races unfold all through the season. It's JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship in its 24th edition. We've had some of the best bikers from across the country, from different places like Surat, like Jammu and Kashmir, like Latur, compete with the traditional biking hotspots. Bikers coming from traditional hotspots like Hyderabad, Coimbatore, Bangalore, and so on.
Actually, a national racing championship when you cover the entire nation, with lads from Surat to Jammu Kashmir to south of India as well coming across. It's great to see the sport growing.
Yes, you had bikers from Hubli, from Thrissur. So they were right there, and fantastic stuff is what we've seen. Same story unfolded in a packed grid more often than not in the JK Tyre Novice Cup as well.
Absolutely, we're getting ready for another Novice Cup race. We'll have Adit Parashar start at P1. We have Dylan Zakaria starting at P2. So it's a reverse grid. as Adit Parashar, the young man, starting at P1. Adit Parashar, the lad from New Delhi, in his Aston performance car. 5 minutes away from the start of this race. The drivers and the staff, the support staff, the crew, the mechanics, everyone have taken their lunch break. We're back with live action. The race will very quickly commence, as you can see, in 5 minutes.
Competition 99, competition 66, not on the grid.
Vineet Kumar will be starting at P3. The lad from Tirupur, one of the DTS racing drivers. DTS, obviously, the team of Diljit TS, who himself participates in the LGV Formula 4 category. Aman Nagdev, the lad from Noida, getting ready. Aman will start at P5 at a time of 1 minute 18.001 seconds. Dylan Zakaria had an incident in the formation lap in the first race earlier today. Couldn't compete. He'd be eager and itching to go and have a crack now. He'll be starting at P2, will be Dylan. So 3 minutes to go before we start this thrilling race, while the championship has already been decided and won by Ruhan Alva. It's still a lot to fight for the second, third place in the Drivers' Championship.
Well, the 3 minutes board is out. The drivers have started their car engines. This race is just about to get underway. It's the JK Tyre Novice Cup race that sees Adit Parashar starting off on pole position. Without further ado, let's kickstart this 12-lap race. It's going to be the final race of this race category.
So final race of this category. We'll have the formation lap first. The technicians, the mechanics, all leaving the track, leaving the racing areas. One of the pit girls comes up with the confirmation. It's 1 minute to go before we start this race. 1 minute to go. We'll have 12 laps in this race. Generally we have 10 in the Novice Cup category, but the final race always has 12. That's the view from the drone. That's where they come through straight on the slope and then on to corner one towards the left. And off they go for the formation lap. One formation lap and then we'll get the racing action, although there have been times we've had an extra formation lap, so we'll just have to wait and watch how this one pans out. On the right of the racetrack, you can see the garage, the pits, a stand as well for the fans and the family and the friends who come out to watch. The picturesque Kari Motor Speedway. You got coconut trees there, and then behind those coconut trees you've got the mountain ranges as well, coconut plantation mountain ranges. On the other side there's endless list of windmills. It is known as the city of windmills, is Coimbatore. Aditya Parsuram, in fact, he'd be keen to put in a good performance to seal one of the places in the Drivers' Championship. Not the winner, obviously, which is Ruhan Alva, already decided there. You can see car number 27, but Chetan Surineni, Gaurav Kochar, Aditya Parsuram and obviously Jaden Parrott, who's second. They'd be hoping to end the season on a good note.
Absolutely. Looking at a picturesque view of the Kari Motor Speedway. This is the bird's eye view from the drone cam. Gives you a perspective of how challenging this track can be with its tight corners. And also remember, as you come down the straight, there is a steep decline coming down the straight. So they can't actually gather momentum as they go into C1. So it becomes really critical for the drivers to be able to manage that momentum, know when to brake, know what racing lines to keep. So here goes. Adit Parasha is going to be on P1. On P2, we've got Vineet Kumar. There's been a change as far as the grid's concerned. If you see, Jaden Parrott starts off on P3 as far as this race is concerned. So there's been a little the lights go off and so do the cars. It's a good start for Jaden. He's off the blocks in a flash. But can he catch up now with the cars ahead of him? As they head into C1, it's a tight corner. This is where you need to exercise a certain degree of caution as well. You can see car number 27, Rohan Alba. He seems to be keen to end the season on a high as we follow the mid-pack as they come out of the Mickey Mouse, and this will be interesting to see. Yes, it is Jaden Parrott who's taken the race lead. As that thought so, he got a great start off the blocks, just controlled the aggression going into C1, and then coming out of C1 into C2, he made his move, and 2 turns down, he's got the race lead, albeit Adit Parasha is giving him a run for that top spot. Rohan Alba, there seems to be a good battle going on among the top 6 as well. So it's Jaden Parrott who's the race leader. Adit Parasha is currently running second. In third is Vineet Kumar, but only just because Rohan Alba is currently running fourth. He's just overtaken a couple of drivers, and Rohan has now moved up to fourth place. You can see another M Sport car, that's car number 9 belonging to Naeem Rizvi, who seems to be battling to break into the top 6. Currently running 7. But a comfortable race lead for Jaden Parrott as friends and family of these young drivers look on in the pit lane behind the guardrail fencing that's available and that's there for the precaution and safety of the bystanders. But look at this. Jaden Parrott, this young boy from Guwahati, has shown a lot of character. Rohan Alba has in fact overtaken another couple of drivers. He's currently moved in third, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he has in fact now overtaken Adit Parasha as well. So this is a fantastic run from Rohan Alba as well. Jaden Parrott is the race leader, but look at Rohan Alba. He's worked his way up the pack. He's overtaken about 5 drivers, or 6 maybe, just to be sure, and he's now currently running second, trying to close the gap now between himself and Jaden. And Adit Parasha, who started off on pole position, has dropped back to third. Dramas unfolding. Disappointment for the young Vineet Kumar, who started off on P2. If you look at where he is right now, he's dropped down to 5th as Vineet. And Naeem Rizvi is looking to make a move as well on Vineet, and there's also Aman Nagdev, who's trying to jostle into a position ahead of him. No problems for the 2 M Sport drivers up front. Jaden Parrott leads, Rohan Alba is running second. This is the battle I was talking about for 5th spot. You've got Naeem Rizvi in that battle. There's Aman Nagdev and there's Vineet Kumar, who's involved in that tussle for the 5th spot. Currently, car number 11, Vineet Kumar, is running 5th. Remember, this is not just a 10-lap race, this is a 12-lap race. The final race of the season, slightly longer, 2 laps, 10 more compared to what these young drivers have been doing through the season. This was going to be a challenge for some of these young lads. Meanwhile, battle in the mid-pack, we thought we saw Shivesh Selvaraman, who was pushing for a spot up in the rankings. but stay with the race leader. Jayden Parriott has no problems whatsoever. Ruhan Alba is currently second. If you're looking on to see the race unfold. 3 laps gone as far as this race is concerned. Lap times being clocked here. Jayden Parriott clocking a time of 1 minute 18.477 in the previous lap. Ruhan Alba but got to give credit to how Aditya Parsuram's been going about his business. He's done well. Car number 15 is in fact gone on and overtaken Adit Parashar as well. The yellow flag's being waved. The safety car is going to come out on the racetrack. Probably an incident involving the back markers, the back of the pack. That's the reason why we get the safety car out to ensure that there's no debris on the track. The track is clear for racing. This is the incident. And David Rehan Ravin, his race has come to a shattering end. And that's the reason why we've had the race yellow flagged for now. You can see from the tire skid marks, it probably appears as if one of the wheels locked up and his car veered away off the track and on the side. The drivers trying to make sure that they're avoiding the debris that's there on the racetrack. This is what transpired. So the bird's eye view of the damage done to that car of David Rehan Ravin from Momentum Motorsport. The safety cars on the racetrack slowing proceedings down, and will dictate the pace now, because the thought process here would be to give the rescue and recovery personnel adequate time to clear the racetrack. So another car head into the pit lane, and that was the car of Kamala Kannan. I think his race is done as well. Sir, in the replay, do we have anything? Looking at the damage to Kamala Kannan's car, I wonder if that was an incident. Difficult to tell. But for the moment, all cars following the safety car on the racetrack at Coimbatore, which means that the race lead that Jayden Parriott had built up over the competitors has now been skittled away. What's picking up pace here is the safety car. I wonder if we might just be heading for commencement of race action soon. The cars seem as if the safety car is picking up momentum, albeit the lights are still blinking on the safety car, which means maybe, just maybe, we might see another lap done behind the safety car.
Well, it does look like the safety car will continue. It doesn't go down into pits, so yeah, it will continue at least another lap. From all the jewelry on his left here, you can make it out it was the GTS. That there was that contact between David Rehan Ravin and Kamala Kannan, which obviously Kamala Kannan's car lost the front, the nose, and didn't have much damage, but that was the end of the race for him. And certainly with the debris that we saw on the right side of that corner, it was David Ravin's car that came off worse in that incident. Seems like the track has been cleared. Again, Safety car picking up pace, but you never know. We thought that in the previous lap as well, and then suddenly it continued. And now, certainly the way he's stalled, it will be the safety car will go down in the pits.
Yes, I think the safety car's job's done. As you can see, Jayden Parriott really slowed things down. So this has been a situation which we've seen Ruhan Alva master. He's used the safety car coming out on the racetrack to great effect. But now the safety car goes into the pit lane. It's going to be back to racing action as the cars come around that final bend onto the start-finish straight. Can Ruhan Alva now use the slipstream against Jayden Parriott and overtake him? That's the big question.
Well, on that straight, Jayden's car looks just a slight bit faster because he opened up that gap the moment he hit that straight. But in the meantime, Aditya Parsuram has moved in on the inside lane and he's moved up to third, pushing Ruhan Alva down to third. And well, again, braking hard, braking late, the tyres locking up. You see all the smoke coming in, although does manage to stay in the race. Spoke too soon. And ends up into the tyre barrier there. The battle is on for second and third, and now Ruhan Alva on the outside, car number 15 on the inside. This is what happened there.
You can see the extra tyre barriers that have been put in place just to ensure that doesn't really take that hard left, goes straight through, doesn't find an easy passage. Just lost his steering on the car there.
It seems that Ruhan Alva has got his second position back in the race. Yes, he has, with Jayden Parriott leading and Aditya Parsuram dropping down to third. This is a good battle going on, although Ruhan has sealed the Drivers' Championship in this category. Those were the windmills we were talking about a few minutes ago. He may have sealed the championship, but with Jayden winning the first race today, and also looks like he will if he continues the way he has. I think redemption, the word that you spoke about earlier this morning, Raman, would come true.
Yes, would be a perfect statement on the kind of guts this young boy is showing. Meanwhile, that's the car that got stranded. Shivesh Selvaratnam involved in that incident. The car tires just locked up. He went careening into the tyre barriers.
It's a good battle going on. Watching on closely, Team DTS Racing. Naeem Rizvi there as well, being put under pressure. Car number 63, that is Adit Parashar. Had a decent start with Adit, but he's dropped down. There's a battle between him, Aman Nagdev, and Gaurav Kochar. Gaurav Kochar in car 17 there. And as yes, Aditya Parsuram once again has moved into second, pushing Ruhan Alva back. So the second and third position drivers there exchanging their positions with every lap. And that only makes for things to be interesting. Now Gaurav Kochar was making a move there. Was he successful in overtaking Adit Parsuram? Yes, he was. As he comes up, you can see the second blue car. That's car number 17. That was of Gaurav Kochar. Another Momentum Motorsport car just skidding off the track, reversing, doing that's good thinking, to reverse and get off the track to make sure you don't cause any obstruction.
So Jayden having no problems. He's the race leader. Aditya Parsuram second. Ruhan Alva's third. Naeem Rizvi is currently running fourth. Another M Sport driver. He's had a very good race weekend. Finished second in the race yesterday. He finished third in the earlier race today. If he can get one better from where he is right now, he might find a third podium finish for the round.
Certainly will boost his chances also of getting into that third position with the Drivers' Championship. Well, there's still an open fight there for the third spot. With the way Jayden won the race earlier today, it seems that the second spot is done and dusted, sealed, but the third spot is still open. Aditya Parsuram has that advantage because he got a podium finish earlier today as well as in yesterday too. So in both the races, that's Prabhanji Paruchari, car number 14, end of the race for him. As the stewards and the staff will help his car out.
And I wonder, I thought part of that car was still on the track, so are we going to see the yellow flag come out when the cars approach that portion of the racetrack if the car isn't moved in time? For now, of course, there's no yellow flag. but probably just when they approach that segment of the racetrack, there just might be a yellow flag out to ensure the safety of the riders. Let them know that no overtaking will be allowed. We'll have to wait and watch. Depends on whether the car, that Momentum Motorsport car of Prabhanja Paruchari has been moved or not.
It's a great battle there going on between Aditya Parsuram and Ruhan Alva. Now Ruhan Alva has overtaken Aditya Parsuram. Both of them are in fact enjoying this battle, it seems, while Jayden Parriott continues to stretch his lead at the top. It's Ruhan now who's in second, Aditya dropping down to third. And we'll see this, I think, in 3 laps on the trot. It's either Ruhan and then it's Aditya, and then again it's Ruhan. So they're switching those positions as fans and families and friends eagerly watch on what's transpiring there, with Jayden Parriott coming in through the final corner again onto that straight very, very quick, and gets past the start-finish line. 2 more laps remaining, and the way he's going, if he continues like that, it will be his second race win in as many races today. Got the race win early today with a tremendous performance, and Ruhan Alva would want to finish second if not first, but Aditya Parsuram, he'd be hoping to get one better of Ruhan Alva, and that tells you that despite the dominance that Ruhan has shown, he's someone who's can be defeated, unlike what we saw with Amir Saeed last season in the novice category.
Credit to both these youngsters. I think they've done very well. These young lads from M Sport Racing, both Ruhan and Jayden Parriott, they've shown good camaraderie. They've also shown good competitiveness on the racetrack. I think that's what makes for engaging viewing. I don't want it to be totally one-sided. I think credit to Jayden to provide that competition to Ruhan Alva, who I think has been very outstanding through the season. And with the kind of lead that he had coming in, I don't think Ruhan required to do too much, not take too many risks, and he would still be winning the championship. Last lap is now what remains in this race. One more lap, one more lap of this 2.3 kilometer long circuit.
And the way things are going, it should easily be Jayden who will take the checkered flag, although the battle for second and third continues to be interesting, with Aditya Parsuram pushing Ruhan Alva. Ruhan Alva just managing to stay about half a second, in fact even under half a second ahead of Aditya. And now on from that straight, then you get to those 2 tricky corners where drivers generally tend to make their move. We saw it in the Royal Enfield GT Continental Cup as well. We saw it in the LGB Formula 4 category as well. That's one corner, and then easily avoids any drama, any problem there, does Ruhan Alva. So that's so far so good for M Sport. That's Aman Nagdev, followed by Naeem Rizvi.
So great work by Aman Nagdev, who's in fact overtaken Naeem Rizvi. Naeem, remember, at one point of time was running 4th, but Aman Nagdev has overtaken him and pushed him down to 5th, and he himself is in 4th spot. It is Aman Nagdev. So well done to the young lad. But coming down the straight now to take the checkered flag for the second time today, it's going to be young Jayden Parriott who wins the JK Tyre Novice Cup race.
Brilliant from start to finish from Jayden Parriott. Had earlier spoken about not being in the best state of mind after losing out to Ruhan Alva twice in the last lap, even in the previous round as well. Now gives a thumbs up to Ruhan Alva. Tremendous camaraderie, but tremendous competitive. Results are still provisional. It is Jayden who's taken the checkered flag. Naeem Rizvi there. Chetan Suruneni will be disappointed. He was there amongst those with a chance for a 3rd place finish. But Aditya Parsuram did a very, very good job. What a dominant performance this from Jayden Parriott.
So looking at what had transpired earlier in this 4th and final round, Jayden Parriott was in fact on 70 points. With this race win, he goes up to 80 points, collecting 10 as far as the provisional results concerned. Ruhan Alba comes in second. So he was on 90 points before the start of this race, and coming in second, he picks up another 8. So that takes him to 98. So a comprehensive win in the championship for Ruhan Alba. A difference of effectively 18 points between Ruhan Alba's point standing of 98 and the 80 points that Jayden Parriott accumulated. But I think if there's one team that will be happy with the performance of both these drivers, it's going to be Team M Sport. Having their drivers finish 1-2 in the overall driver standings, I think it's going to be something that they'll be very happy about. But as far as confirmation of this race result is concerned, it's Jayden Parriott who notches up a win. Ruhan Alba will have to settle for second. Aditya Parsuram having a great race. There was a battle between him and Ruhan Alba. In the end, Aditya Parsuram having to settle for third.
With a couple of podium finishes, Naeem Rizvi himself was also in the mix of things. He was third before the start of this race, and I think by the looks of things, obviously being provisional results, it seems it is Naeem Rizvi who's clinched the third spot in the Drivers' Championship, because Aditya Parsuram had 36 points, and with it he got 6 more, so he's ended up with 42, while Naeem Rizvi had 45, and he'd pick up a few points from this race as well. So it's not just an M Sport 1-2, in fact it's an M Sport 1-2-3 in the Drivers' Championship, and that certainly would mean it's an M Sport as far as the Constructors' Championship is concerned in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Dominant performance from Jayden on Sunday. Got on to win the race early, race win again now, but still ended up 18 points behind Ruhan Alba in this category. Coming through the mandatory weighbridge are the drivers. Aditya Parsuram there having a quick chat with Solomon. Good result, good race by Aditya, although just falls a few points short of coming in one of the Drivers' Championship positions. But a good effort, good last gasp effort from him in round 4.
Paging call for Jayden, paging call also for Ruhan, if you can come. Aditya Parasuram, COC, if you can also come over, please. Paging call for COC, please.
That's one of the stands where the family, friends and fans can come and sit and watch thrilling motorsport action here at the Kari Motor Speedway. On the ground floor is the garage for the Royal Enfield, which is part of the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup category. Nice bit of breeze blowing across the racetrack, as it always does most of the time here in Coimbatore. It is hot though, don't be fooled by the fluttering flags. The sun is belting down.
Waiting for you, Jayden. Come on over. Jayden. Pickling is now open.
If we talk about the weather conditions, it is 33 degrees at the moment. And the winds are about 14 kilometers per hour. And you see Naeem Rizvi, he knows he's come third in the Drivers' Championship. He's a character, isn't he? He's always happy. He's always, someone you'd like to have around on a racetrack. Look at him, jumping with joy.
COC.
So it's an M Sport 1, 2, 3 as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. Jayden Parriott coming in second, Naib Rizvi third, and the champion Ruhan Alva.
Podium ceremony as far as the Novice Cup is concerned, requesting the tall and the legend COC, which is Sunny Kumar, please come forward on the stage for the presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sunny Kumar, joining us on stage. Without further ado, we're going to start from number 3. We're going to start from now. Coming in at number 3, ladies and gentlemen, Aditya Parasuram. What a drive it has been from Hashtag Performance.
Coming in third, Aditya Parasuram.
The champion well done.
Ruhan Alva there, coming in second. He's not used to standing. It seems that for a moment he wanted to get to the top of the podium. And the race winner again today, Jaden Parriott.
All right, gentlemen, please step down and fill up the trophies and raise them up in the air. For the junior trophy, please come forward and collect the junior trophy.
He's redeemed himself, hasn't he, the young man, after a couple of disappointing races yesterday and in the last race of the previous round. He's come back and he's shown confidence that is needed. The winners, joined by Sunny Singh, COC of this race, on the right of your screen in the white shirt.
Right. Gentlemen, please raise your trophies. Gentlemen, enjoy this moment. Two important races.
All smiles there, Ruhan Alva, and why not?
Thank you.
Those are your winners, Jaden Parriott, Ruhan Alva and Aditya Parasuram, as we go towards the presentation area where we have Raman Banot having a quick chat with the race winners.
One final podium for the JK Tyre Novice Cup. Let's have a quick chat with Aditya. Aditya, it's been a good race weekend overall. If you were to look back at how these 2 days have gone.
Yeah, they've gone completely flawless from my side, and it's been a really good weekend.
You know, what is it that you've done differently this race weekend compared to the other 3 that have gone by?
Minimize my mistakes, worked a lot on my racecraft. That's it.
Well, go well for the next season and a job well done this time around.
Thank you.
Let's have a chat with the champion of this series, of course, the JK Tyre Novice Cup, Ruhan Alva. Ruhan missed out on a race win, but I'm sure you were saying, okay, I've done what I had to in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, definitely not happy with how the race went. The first few laps were pretty good actually, but then just about 2 laps before the safety car, I lost third gear basically. Missed it about 5 times, so slowed down quite a bit, lost a lot of time. Aditya overtook me a few times because of that, but had a good fight with him. Happy for Jaden for the win, and yeah, good season overall.
Well, flawless overall per se. A few little blips in that final round overall this weekend, but nonetheless, the championship, and of course, we'll see you celebrate later in the evening.
Yes, thank you.
Cheers. Jaden, they say you don't judge the man's character by how he wins, you judge a man's character by how he responds when he's been down. And you've shown great character after what happened yesterday to come back and win 2 races back-to-back on this Sunday.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, it was kind of a scary race because the car wasn't really performing to what I would want it to perform, but thankfully we just made it here. Actually, when I entered 2A, my car shut off and it didn't start back again. So in that way, I'm pretty lucky. Yeah.
Well, savor the moment and, of course, savor the way this Sunday has gone for you.
Yeah, thank you to the team and congratulations to Ruhan on the championship.
And congratulations to you on that first runners-up place finish in the overall driver standings as well. And the race win to sign off the season. That's what we have from the presentation area. There's one race that's still left before we wrap up proceedings for the day, and that's the race that's coming up in just a bit.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tyre.
buddy.
And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
Right, we're down to the final race of this season. It's going to be the JK Tyre Formula LGB4 category, which is intriguingly poised because Vishnu Prasad's overall leading the championship by 9 points. The driver who's in contention statistically to overhaul his tally is Diljit TS, who starts off right at the back of the grid. I've got Afzal Riaz with me, team principal of Dark Dawn Racing. Diljit drives for you. What are the thought processes, Afzal, that are going through your mind now?
I think there is no thought process. Already Vishnu has sealed the championship. It's very impossible to come from the last and finish first because he required 10 points. So basically the championship is already sealed. Only we are fighting for the third in the championship. That's all.
Disappointed about what happened in the previous race this morning where you had Sandeep and the young Amir Saeed involved in a clash that effectively ended both their chances of the championship.
Yeah, I am disappointed, but end of the day it's motorsport. You can't do anything. It all happens. You can't do anything. It's the driver and the track temperature and the heat of mind. So it's all racing incidents. That's it.
Overall, we've seen some good battles between M Sport and Dark Dawn Racing all through this season. Your thoughts on how it's gone for your team?
It's gone good as a team. We have won the championship and we have sealed it. As a team, it's gone good. But I wanted the drivers to also be on the 1 and 2, which just went for the first race of the day today. So that's it. Quite happy and a little bit sad. That's it.
A mixed feeling. Any takeaways for the coming season and thoughts for the future?
Nothing. We have to prepare more competitive cars so that and the more the driver coaching has to be better and the drivers have to develop their mental ability to drive in this kind of condition where more pressure and the thing is the first thing they have to learn is from round 1, round 2, round 3 they should never continue the championship till the round 4. They have to collect as many points as because when you have a superior car with you then you should collect more points. You should not let the car go the round 1 and round 2.
Wise words indeed, Afzal. Thanks so much for speaking with us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, we can hear the whistles in the backdrop. That's because the drivers have started revving their car engines. It's the young Amir Saeed who starts off this final race of the season on pole position. 15 laps. Live action coming your way in just a bit.
Right then, 15 laps as live racing action coming your way in just about a minute. That's how the drivers have lined up on the grid. Amir Saeed at P1, we got Tijil Rao at P2, R. Singh at P3, Sandeep Kumar at P4, Ashwin Datta at P5, Mohammad Ryan at P6, Viswas Vijay Rao at P7, Vishnu Prasad, who's got a 9-point lead in the Drivers' Championship, starts at P8, Pala Prasad at P9, Meera Enada at P10, Shreya Divan at P11, Deepak Ravi Kumar at P12, you got Yukeshwaran Krishna Velu at P13, Ashok Lal starting at P14, Abhinav Reddy at P15, Bashir at P16, Akshay Kapoor at P17, Raghul Rangaswamy at P18, and Diljit TS, the closest to Vishnu in the Drivers' Championship, starts right at the back of the grid at P19. So as the team principal of Dark Dawn said that I think Vishnu has sealed the championship. Well, mathematically he hasn't, but if you think about it, he has, unless there's something happens to Vishnu who can't finish the race and Diljit from back of the pack can go on and win the race. That is the only way Vishnu will not win the championship. Vishnu has to finish outside the top 7, top 8 in fact from 9th onwards, and Diljit has to win the race. That is the only way that can change. So it's pretty much sealed for Vishnu, although there still is that slightest of chances. And as they say, it's not over till the fat lady sings. And well, we've got 15 laps of racing to confirm if Vishnu has done enough before the start of this race. Formation lap is underway. And we'll have 15 laps of this 2.3 kilometer long Coimbatore Speedway. Beautiful shot from the drone, a bird's eye view. Slight changes in this track from the last season or so. Now, Amir Saeed, he will start at P1. Every time he's had that opportunity to be at the top of the pile, he's made sure that he stays there. He's such a young, talented driver is Amir Saeed, and if he goes on and has that chance of going and getting that lead, then he may go on and get another race win, which will be, I think, tremendous for this young lad making his debut in this category. And he's got 2 race wins. He's rubbed shoulders with the big boys, and he's made his team proud, that's for sure. There he is, Amir Saeed, car number 23, starting at P1. Behind him, Arya Singh in P3. 5 reds, off they go. That's a decent start, a decent start for Amir Saeed. It all depends on that first corner. Oh well, he's off the blocks. He's off the blocks rather well. Is Amir Saeed, no problem there. Not such a decent start for the others. And up one of the M Sport goes straight through, and one of the Ahura, it seems, has lost the nose of his car. We'll have to just confirm which one that was. Could be Vishwas Vijay Rao. We'll just have to see. And that's Amir Saeed. In fact, that's the end of his race, is it? No problem there for Amir Saeed in corner 1 and 2, but that's what happened. And is that Diljit TS, car number 44?
Yes, it seems to be collision between an M Sport and a Dark Dawn racing car.
And if Diljit TS does not get back on the track, we might as well crown the champion right now.
Let's take a look and see what happened there. There you see, it's just careened across.
I think it was one of the Dark Dawns that from the left came to the right. Then there was the M Sport, and then there was another Dark Dawn. So as you said, 3 cars there, and there's that one Ahura racing car without the nose. In fact, the inner part of the car, you can see that's been damaged a bit. So that's going to be a bit difficult. But now you got Sandeep Kumar, you got Tijil Rao there as well. This is going to be, well, all Vishnu has to do is finish the race. In fact, with Diljit now out,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for Vishnu Prasad. He's pretty much now got both hands on.
Where is Vishnu? Vishnu Prasad is, I think, about 8th or 9th in the list. But although it doesn't matter, obviously, because with Diljit TS effectively out of the race, this could have been drama had Diljit TS been ahead, and that would have made for a very, very interesting race. Now, Vishwas Vijay Rao is the race leader. Tijil Rao behind him. Then you got Sandeep Kumar, and then Ashwin Datta, Mohammad Ryan and Bala Prasad. But till when can he hold on? Braking there a bit too hard. One of the M Sport, you can see that smoke coming out.
Well, one thing that's happened, Karthikeya, is that Amir Saeed has notched up for Team Ahura Racing. It's given a lot of belief to the other drivers in the Ahura Racing team that they can go out there and challenge the big boys. That's what Vishwas Vijay Raj is doing right now. He's in car number 95. He's the race leader. Of course, this car nose got damaged early on. That's the reason why you can see even the inner side of the car damaged a little.
But he's still holding on, is Vishwas Vijay Rao, and that's what it does. Vishwas has the Vishwas now of holding on, and with the efforts of Amir Saeed, I think it's given the entire team, as you said, Raman, that belief.
Well, when you talk about his name, Vishwas Vijay Raj, you've got both belief and win in it, in Vishwas and Vijay.
And then the Raj obviously is there too. Sandeep second, Tijil Rao third, Ashwin Datta in fourth, and Vishwas Vijayaraj continuing to lead the race. We're into lap number 4. Vishnu Prasad has fallen way behind, but that doesn't matter as long as Diljit TS does not win the race, and it doesn't seem that is going to happen.
Look at that car, its aerodynamics seem to be damaged, but it's not slowing Vishwas Vijayaraj down at all.
Well, with that front part slightly pointing upwards, I think he's doing very well. In fact, it's helping him with the lead that he's got. Now, Sandeep Kumar has moved into second, Tijal Rao dropping down to third. Momentarily, Tijal had moved up to second. There's Vishnu Prasad there. For a second, you saw car number 6. Bala Prasad, Mohammad Ryan, all of them hoping. And Ashwin Datta, he's had a season of ups and downs. He'd want to be coming back next season with a bit more consistency, being on the podium regularly for him to have that chance of winning the championship. Arya Singh there as well. Had going a bit wide on that occasion was Tijal Rao.
Yes, because the way it stands right now, Vishwas Vijayaraj is followed by Sandeep Kumar, then there's Tijal Rao, then there's Ashwin Datta right behind him. And then you get the two M Sport cars, the Bala Prasad and Mohammad Ryan, before you get another dark dawn racing car, which is Arya Singh.
That's how it's lined up at the moment. And after Arya Singh, you got another couple of M Sport following. But what a turnaround of fortunes it has been. Sunny Singh, COC, keeping a close eye on things. Sunny Kumar, I beg your pardon. But this is, I was saying, what a turn of fortune this has been for Ahura Racing from last season now on to this season. Remember, we had to have, they had Saroj Kataria participating, and then he got one of those podiums. But this time, he's got the young bucks, he's backing them, and he's delivering podium finishes. And Vishwas himself is doing a terrific job at the moment now with the holding those 3 dark dawns off is not an easy task.
4 laps gone, we're in the 5th lap, which is just about to come to an end. Good job done by Vishwas Vijayaraj. That's a view of the race control. You can see Suraj and Syal. Bird's eye view, Hawkeye's view of what's happening in terms of the races unfolding here at the Coimbatore Speedway.
Been very impressed with Vishwas Vijayaraj's performance so far in the first 5 laps that we've seen. And despite the fact that he lost his teammate Amir Saeed in the very first round, Amir Saeed, we can say the thing that we all must say, because he's got 2 race wins, that he's the better of the 2. But Vishwas Vijayaraj is showing that, hang on, I'm no less, and I can compete with the big boys as well. Sandeep Sharma on the left and Sai on the right. In fact, he broke into a dance with Raman earlier before start of a race.
Well, that just tells you, one, that this is a fantastic team here. It's about quality racing, it's about managing races to the team, but then they're also willing to let their hair down.
Watching proceedings very, very closely as Vishwas Vijayaraj continues to lead. We're into lap number 6 now. In fact, lap 7 has just begun. Tijal Rao, Sandeep Kumar, Ashwin Datta, Arya Singh, all there. So Bala Prasad and Mohammad Ryan have dropped down to 6th and 7th with 4 dark dawns there. I think this will, with the Drivers' Championship already sorted, the 4 dark dawns there in the top 5, I think they'll play in their favour as far as the Constructors' Championship is concerned. We'll have to check how that pans out.
Well, it seems as if they've already, Dark Dawn Racing already put that to their name going into this race. So there's not really much there. We heard Afghar Riaz, when he was talking to me, say that pretty much the team championship in our pocket, but we would have liked to see the drivers from Dark Dawn Racing also up there with the championship.
Looked a bit deflated, didn't he, when he spoke to him earlier, that it seems that, Vishnu has got the championship wrapped up, and he would have wanted a dark dawn. Of course, he would have wanted a dark dawn driver to be crowned champions. Well, Sunny Kumar again, as we come to the end of yet another lap. Lap 7 gone, starting lap number 8. That's about halfway through this 15-lap race, as Vishwas Vijayaraj continues to lead despite a damaged car, despite the front of his car being damaged. Sandeep Kumar is in second, Tijal Rao running in third, Arya Singh has moved up to fourth, Ashwin Datta now down to fifth, Bala Prasad of M Sport in sixth. So this is very interesting at the moment as far as the Dark Dawns and the M Sport are concerned. But we all talk about this rivalry between Dark Dawn and M Sport and how competitive these guys are on the track, that is. But it's an Ahura racing car that's actually leading them, and leading them by a decent margin. He's got about a second's gap ahead of between himself and Sandeep Kumar. And despite that damaged nose, it doesn't seem like, in fact, it just seems like he's just playing into his hands. It seems like he likes that car the way it is now.
Well, I was just taking a quick look at the drivers' standings, with Sandeep having crashed out of the previous race, and the same story unfolded as far as Amir Saeed's concerned, who's now gone out of this race as well. It's not about who wins the championship, which pretty much looks it's going to go Vishnu Prasad's way. It's about who can finish second here. And I get a feeling that the battle will be on between Sandeep Kumar and Diljit Ji. Since Diljit has actually crashed out of this race and he is on 55 points, Sandeep has got a great chance. If he finishes amongst points today, anything in the top 5, he will take the second place in the driver standings.
I think something's better than nothing, they say, and if you can't win the championship, might as well be second. Although anybody would want to finish top and not second. That's why you see this battle going on. And Arya Singh, in the meantime, he's moved into second. He's overtaken both Sandeep Kumar and Tejal Rao. Arya did not start the first race, and if Arya gets 10 points now, not 10, but maybe let's say about 8. You never know with the way things are going with Vishwas Vijayaraj leading the pack so confidently. Are those 8 points enough? I don't think they will be enough. It'll take him to 49. So it's still tight, that third spot position and the second as well. So still a lot to fight for, like we had in the Novice Cup category as well. Into lap number 10 as Arya Singh now tries to come on the outside. Vishwas Vijayaraj holding him back, and Arya Singh, I think I've been very impressed with him. Even in the last race, started at P19 to end up in the top 5.
And who knows what would have been the story had he started race 1 of round 4. Who knows that story would have been. But what's worrying me right now is, Karthikeya, look at the the front of Vishwas Vijayaraj's car, and that casing seems to be coming a little loose. Look at that. You'll probably see as he goes onto the curb, that casing right at the front seems to be shaking a lot. Once the nose was damaged and went off, I get a feeling there he's really going to have to nurse the car to complete the full 15 laps.
This is one of those corners when they try and make their moves, but doing very well there was Vishwas Vijayaraj, just to close those lines, make sure that he doesn't give any opportunity. He has to do what he has to do, he knows, but now he's running into those back markers. This now could be another opportunity for the 3-4, in fact, Dark Dawns that are right behind him. Very, very impressed by that's car number 23. That is Amir Saeed. He's still there. I'm surprised, although he's been almost going to be lapped out, and that comes as a surprise for someone who won a couple of races this season. Maybe because of that incident that he had from between corner 2 and 3, that's just took the power out of his car, but he will continue to compete. He's just signaled that you can take the route from the outside, as Amir Saeed signaling with his hand as being the back marker. You are supposed to let the cars coming in follow you. Vijay Rao, Sandeep Kumar, Ashwin Datta, Bala Prasad. Vishnu Prasad has moved up to 7th. Mohammad Ran has dropped down to 8th. Meera Erida, another good race for her. She's in 9th. Diljit TS is in 10th. Diljit TS also back in the race. That's a bit of a surprise as well. Ragul 11, Deepak Ravi Kumar 12, Yukeshwan Krishna Velu in 13th, Shreya Diwan 14, Ashok Lal 15, Abhinav Reddy 16, Bashir 17. That is how they were. But the actual battle now is going on between the front two. And that's Amir Saeed going straight to he decides that he's had enough. He's been lapped out by one of his own teammates. In fact, he's been lapped out by the entire grid as fails to brake at the right moment, comes through the tyre rubble, waits for the final car to move past him so that he can rejoin the pack. But look at that, the sheer determination from Vishwas Vijayaraj to keep these Dark Dawns at bay is unbelievable. He's trying to come in from the outside, trying to come in from the inside. He's slamming shut every door is Vishwas Vijayaraj, and this is tremendous to see. And that too, with the one can say almost half a car.
Credit. It's definitely due. But I think this is where Arya Singh has a chance to overtake Vishwas Vijayaraj, and he has. So finally it's the Dark Dawn Racing driver who leads the race, the final race of the season, and it is Arya Singh in lap number 10. He's claimed the race lead. Now can he hold on to it on the straight? Definitely the car has better aerodynamics than Vishwas Vijayaraj's car, given the damage it's sustained.
And despite all of that, he's continued. And in fact, oh, he's coming on the outside. He's trying to make that move. Just a bit too hard on that brake, so he would have taken that lead back. Vishwas Vijayaraj, you beauty. He's just going on and on. Now that's Sandeep Kumar through the tyre barrier. Car number 9 you saw there for a moment. Well. And there. That's one of the Dark Dawns along with the Ahura. Tijil Rao there, absolutely disappointed. He's having a right go at the Ahura racing car driver.
Oh, that is a big disappointment, because I think the two involved in that incident seem to be Tijil Rao and Vishwas Vijayaraj. Look at that contact on the rear left wheel of Tijil Rao's car with the Ahura racing car of oh, look at that. He's not happy. You can see from the reaction of both drivers. Tijil Rao says he was fair and square up front before that contact was made to the rear left of his car by Vishwas Vijayaraj. But the fact is both of them are now out of the race.
That gives Arya Singh a clear bit of lead as he's followed by Ashwin Datta, if I'm correct, in second. That's Ashwin Datta, car number 5 in second.
A fair bit of serious looking faces there from the team JK Tyre.
I believe that's the media and the marketing team sitting getting their work done. While Ashwin Datta is getting his work cut out, he's been put under pressure by a couple of M Sport. Arya Singh is sped away. That is Ashwin Datta along with Vishnu. Was it car number 6, Vishnu Prasad?
Yes, it was. Look at that. It's Vishnu Prasad. He's followed by Bala Prasad, who's there in the mix as well. So there's a healthy battle going on with the M Sport cars now looking to make their presence felt.
And now Vishnu trying to make the move on the outside, but Ashwin does well, holds on to his line, making sure that he's not allowing Vishnu to pass by, while your race leader Arya Singh just speeds away and opens up yet another, goes slightly wide, but no problem at all, as he will come down and take the final lap. He's going now on to the final lap with Ashwin Datta coming in second. Pressure from Vishnu.
And then there's Bala Prasad in the mix as well. This is the final lap of the race. Remember, this is where Vishnu is trying to go all out. Oh, another M Sport car just veers off before he rejoins the race. Does the young Bala Prasad, the driver from Coimbatore, the local lad who drives for M Sport Racing. So back in the race. Arya Singh. Well, I remember his performance in that rain-affected third round But he showed that he was the king of rain.
Well, he was a young rain master, wasn't he, in that race? That was round 3. Oh, blimey, what a performance that was. And again, Raman, as you said, he hit it on the head, the nail on the head, that had he participated in the first race of this round and got some valuable points, who knows? Who knows? Arya could have pipped Vishnu for the championship. He wasn't very far away. And the way he's driven today as well has been brilliant. Now,
Well, he will take the checkered flag. He's waving that right hand as you see him approach that start-finish line. So well-deserved win for Arya Singh. He fought his way up from the mid-pack to go on and seal a win. I think Ashwin Datta did well to hold off Vishnu Prasad for a fair bit of that race.
so it's Arya Singh who wins the race. It's Vishnu Prasad who wins the championship. And Ashwin Datta finds a place on the podium. Slowly and steadily he's starting to get that consistency. Ashwin Datta finding himself, he has to find himself more often on that podium to mount a challenge next season.
It's been a very competitive grid. To be fair to these drivers, we've got multiple national champions in the fray who are there on the grid competing with some very talented young drivers trying to burst through the ranks. So one of the most competitive fields that you'll see in the JK Tyre Formula LGB4. The final race was not devoid of drama and excitement.
Absolutely, drama, excitement, action, overtaking maneuvers, incidents, and well, in the end it was Arya Singh who came out tops. As you see the marshals waving those flags, calling it the end of racing action at the Kari Motor Speedway. Although we still have the prize distribution ceremony lined up for this race, as you see. Well, it seems that Arya Singh and Mira Ed are still racing despite the end of the race. They're still having a go. Oh, I love to see that, don't you? Well, so that is your championship winner, Vishnu Prasad in car 6. That's your race winner, Arya Singh. Delighted with the result, and could have been different had he participated in the first race of this round. Well, what's gone is gone, and they've got the next season to look forward to. As you can see, again, the marshals waving all the flags, signaling the end of racing action at the Kari Motor Speedway. Very quickly, we will, as soon as the drivers go through the mandatory weigh bridge, we'll have the prize distribution ceremony. We'll have a quick chat with them. Raman is quickly rushing down towards the stage so that he can catch up with those young winners. So that's the confirmation. Bottom of your screen was Arya Singh coming in first, Vishnu Prasad coming in second. It was a thrilling race. Let's very quickly take you through the highlights of this exciting race. Amir Saeed there started at P1. I had Tijal Rao at P2, 5 reds. When they go off will the drivers go. It was a very good start, to be honest, for Amir Saeed. He was clear out of the blocks very quickly in corner 1. That's an incident with that involved the car of Diljit TS. And that happened with the car of Vishwas Vijayarao, although all three involved. And somehow, in spite of that very good start, Amir Saeed couldn't control and skid off. Then he had to let all the drivers pass by before rejoining the race. Vishwas Vijayaraj was then the race leader, followed by Sandeep Kumar and Tijal Rao there as well, Ashwin Datta. And despite losing the nose of his car, despite having his car not in the best of shapes, I think he did very, very well to just fend off the challenge. And he did that till lap number 10 with Vishwas Vijayaraj. So that tells you how competitive he was, how determined he was to stay at top. And that's the kind of confidence you get when your one teammate starts winning, then the others start winning too. Unfortunately for him, despite the loss of the nose of his car, he did continue to push, but could not finish as the winner. That was Amir Saeed there. Did join back at the back of the pack, And on that occasion, that was the incident with Tijil Rao and Vishwas Vijay Raj, and you can see both of them furious with each other, and that allowed Arya Singh to take the lead and go on and then try and stretch that lead as he came through slightly wide on that final corner of that lap, with Ashwin Datta in second, fighting for that place with Vishnu Prasad. Vishnu knew if Diljit TS doesn't win the race, then he's gone and he's the champion. And now there, you can see him celebrating Arya Singh. Coming in to take the checkered flag, Ashwin and Vishnu.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wide at heart, JK Tyre, total control.
Right then, we're back with live images coming in from the Kari Motor Speedway. We've just had one of the most thrilling races of the season in the LGB Formula 4 category. It was Arya Singh who went on to take the checkered flag. Vishnu Prasad coming in third, while it was Ashwin Datta who took the second place on the podium. Those are your podium finishers. Sandeep Kumar not happy as he walks off. Diljit TS there as well in the Dark Dawn Racing kit. That's him on your screen. You can't miss him with all the jewelry on his left here. Smiley character. I'll be a bit disappointed not to have gone on and made a better impact as far as the Drivers' Championship was concerned. He was Vishnu's closest competitor and the challenger. But now with the racing season done, it's time to spend some time with family, friends, recuperate, enjoy, and then get back on the racetrack. Wonderful shots there of the GTS. Is that a future racer? Getting ready for the prize distribution ceremony. Ashwin Datta happy with the place on the podium. Needs to do that more consistently. A little bit of glamour to go along with the glory of finishing and winning the races. Asmira Erga there. He's had a good weekend. He's put in some very gritty performances. We are waiting for the prize distribution ceremony to start. Rohit Khanna, a former racer himself, now one of the officials. That comes from Gurgaon, the NCR region.
Vishnu, please come forward, Vishnu. Vishnu. COC, calling for COC, please come forward. COC, please come forward.
Sunny Kumar there as we get ready. Now, moments away from the prize distribution ceremony, the winners of this race will be awarded.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is this one? Confusing to the pits towards the end, where the aura added to all the excitement. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up nonetheless. I would like to request COC Sunny Kumar sir to please come forward for the presentation. Thank you very, very much for joining us. Come on, everybody, give me a little hand. I know it's been a long day. Everyone, put your hands together. Let's get ready to welcome our first winner. Calling on stage, the one and only, and now he's going to be celebrating all the time. Vishnu Prasad, if you can stop talking, Vishnu and come on the podium. Vishnu, very well.
There's Vishnu Prasad, who finishes third in this race. Also, although he is crowned champion in this category, so we'll first distribute the prizes for this race. A young lad, Ashwin Datta from Chennai, one of the Dark Dawn racing boys, finishing second in this race.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome on stage the man from Coimbatore.
And the winner of the race, Arya Singh, the lad from Kolkata, West Bengal.
Well done, gentlemen.
He's made the Korbo Lorbo Jitbo happen.
Is the tuner from Deep Down.
Beautiful trophy.
Right, in the meantime, before Sendel comes in, gentlemen, please step down and pick up your trophies and raise them up in the air.
So, ladies and gentlemen, your race winners. Vishnu Prasad coming in third, Ashwin Datta coming in second, and Arya Singh coming in first, taking the checkered flag.
You are the man of the fighter. Gentlemen, remove your mask. According to me, I think you've done more than 14 championships on your title. Gentlemen, raise your trophies up in the air. Thank you, COC, for joining us on stage.
Arya Singh, Ashwin Datta, Vishnu Prasad. 1, 2, 3 for this race.
On stage. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks so much, Salik.
The winners getting together for one last photo. And now we have Raman Bunod at the prize distribution area to have a quick chat with the winners.
Well, the final race of the season, and it wasn't short of drama and excitement. I've got the podium finishers behind me. I'm going to have a chat with Ashwin Datta first. Ashwin's, of course, finished second in the race. But Ashwin, just talk us through the entire season for you.
It was a pretty tough season for me, to be honest, and trying to climb up through all the struggles which we had. But finishing off like this definitely feels sweeter. And first of all, congrats to Vishnu for his third title, and I've always liked his determination and perseverance, and I have the utmost respect for him, and I'll try to put up a better show next year and get the title away from him.
Well said, and consistency would be the key. All the best. Let's have a quick chat now with a man whom we nicknamed at the end of round 3 as Rain Man. Because round 3 was, a heavy rain, and you put in a sterling show then. You've put in a sterling show in the final race of the 4th and final round. Arya, a race win, but in the end not enough for the overall championship.
Yeah, I mean, true, but I'm pretty happy with the race. I fell back and then I fought my way back, so I wasn't thinking about the championship while driving, but I was very happy with the win. Of course, it was a tough weekend, tough season also, but at the same time I won many races, so it's all part of racing, I guess. We just move on and come back. That's what it is.
Disappointed about getting a DNS in the first race of round 4, not being able to start the first race. That made a huge difference overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just that. There were times when I was leading a race, had a clear win, and the brakes failed, and of course the DNS. But as I said, it's all part of racing. I mean, the team gave me a great car. It works, and sometimes there are things which are out of our control. We can't do anything about it. It's just that we have to move on and come back stronger.
Well done. Great words to wrap up the season. Great performance as well. Go well for next season. Arya Singh, the race winner today, but we're going to have a word with the championship winner as far as the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship is concerned. The national champion in the Formula LGB4 category. Once again, Vishnu Prasad. Congratulations, Vishnu. Let's have a cheer for him, guys.
Thank you. It's been a good year, but I think it's been a super tough year. Fighting with a lot of these guys who are really good. I think coming into this round, there were about 5 people in it to still win the championship. So, I mean, this has been one of the toughest years in this category. And to come out to win the championship was really good. And yeah, a big thanks to my team. They put a lot of effort in this year. I know we didn't actually have the best of cars at the beginning, but I think we crawled our way back through the whole year and found a lot of pace. And also my teammates who've been really supportive as well. So I think none of this would be possible without them.
Where does the drive come from? I've seen you do this season after season after season, get into the car, give your 100% and more on the racetrack, and then you come back next season as hungry as ever. What's the story behind that unending drive?
I don't know. I think if you get the taste of victory, I think you'll always start wanting more. I think as far as this championship goes, I think today we celebrate. I think tomorrow when we wake up, I'll forget about this and start thinking about the next one that we can win. I think that's how our mentality should be, and I think come back next year and again try and fight again for the championship.
As you said, you're going to savor the moment tonight, party and celebrate. We look forward to that happening later in the evening. Congratulations, Vishnu, once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, that's it as far as the presentation area action's concerned, and that of course also brings us to the end of another scintillating season of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship in its 24th edition. We've had great drama, great race action over 4 rounds. Across 3 race categories, the JK Tyre presents the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, the JK Tyre Novice Cup, and of course the JK Tyre Formula LGB4. New champions crowned in each of those categories, memories made, and of course some legendary battles fought. We hope you enjoyed this coverage. Till next season, this is Raman Bhanot saying goodbye from the entire production team here, bringing you this coverage of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship.